Okay, going to start the meeting. Good morning and welcome. The time is now 8:30, and I would like to call the March 21st, 2025 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Kent Howe,
Here.
Cindy Condon. Here. Marcy Grail. Here. Ann Byer. Here. Katie Imes.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum, and just as a note, Councilmember Devlin will be joining us online around 9:30. So I'll make note of when he joins us, but he's currently unavailable.
Yeah, okay. Are there any agenda modifications?
Mr. Chair, there are no agenda modifications at this time.
Okay. I have the following announcements. For council members and anyone addressing the council, please remember to state your name clearly. And please do not use the speakerphone feature as it will create feedback. Please mute your phones. And if you are joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed onto the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item D, public comment period, there are 3 ways to let us know you're interested in providing comments to the council. For those in person, please fill out a registration card and submit to Nancy Hatch. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature. For those on the phone only, you will need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We'll go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for email updates. You are also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times, consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. Okay, we're ready for the consent calendar. We've got approval of minutes. Do we have any discussion or someone want to make a motion?
Motion. Oh, go ahead, Ann.
Go ahead.
I motion that we approve the January council meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Imes. Do we have a second?
Second, this is Ann Byer.
Thank you, Councilor Bonner. So we have a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we're ready for the council secretary report.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This one, there's quite a few items on here, so it's going to take a little while. So we did build a little more time into the timeline as a result. So we'll see how we go. So first, staffing and council updates. I'm happy to announce that Vice Chair Condon has been appointed to a second 4-year term. So that term goes from December 2024 through the end of June 2028.
Congratulations.
And I'm also happy to announce that we have a new compliance officer. His name is Egan Bull. So Egan started on March 3rd. He comes to us from the Oregon Department of Transportation, where he was an energy analyst. So among other things, Egan evaluated energy consumption patterns of ODOT's facilities, conducted inspections of those facilities, identified efficiency opportunities, and developed cost-saving strategies. So he has background in, looking at specific information, going and conducting inspections, and determining what to do next. So all translates very well into the compliance position. So he has a bachelor's degree of science in renewable energy engineering from the Oregon Institute of Technology. And we are very excited to have him join the team. So you'll get an opportunity to touch base with Egan during the break. I had noted previously that we were recruiting for a fifth senior siting analyst. We were not able to find a right fit for the position. So we're going to go out again with that, but we had to close that recruitment for the time being, and we'll go back out again here pretty soon. All right, I'm going to get into project updates. So there are quite a few of these. So the first is Leaning Juniper 2A. This is a wind energy facility, 90.3 megawatts in Gillum County. And on January 31st, staff issued its determination on the amendment determination request from Avangrid Renewables, who's the parent company, to the facility. So the request for the amendment determination was that, and this is related to whether these changes would require an amendment or not. So the changes proposed were to change the crane walk disturbance footprint, clarify and expand the decommissioning disturbance area for 2 wind turbines, and expand a storage yard area at the existing operations and maintenance building. You recall that this was approved for a repower not too long ago. So staff determined that none of the changes warranted review through the council site certificate amendment process, and per OAR 345-027-0357 sub 6, at the request of any council member, the department must refer its determination to the council for concurrence, modification, or rejection. So if any of you would like this to be reviewed by the council as a whole, you can let us know and we will bring it forward to at a future council meeting. But we have provided the request and our determination. So you should have received those in case you have any questions. Next is the Obsidian Solar Center. This is also an amendment determination request, but related to whether their request for a time extension for the beginning construction period would be allowed through a type B review or be required through the default type A review. So time extensions can go either way. It really depends, I think, on the circumstances. And based on our evaluation of this particular request, we agree with the certificate holder and determined that a type B review was justified. So this project was originally approved in February 2022. If you recall, it's a I'm forgetting the exact megawatts, but it is located in North Lake County in the vicinity of Christmas Valley on about 4,000 acres. So again, the request is really just a time extension, and we have to evaluate then any changes of factor law. And that's where, based on that evaluation, sometimes those can be significant and really justify a type A review. Others may not have much in changes in factor law and could justify a type B review. So that was our determination on this one. And if you recall, for these types of amendment determination requests, you don't get the ability to request that those get reviewed. Only the certificate holder can make that request. And that's just the way previous you established the rules. All right, so we have 2 relatively new notices of intent. The first is for the Deschutes Solar and Battery Energy Storage System. So we received a revised notice of intent on this project on February 21st of this year. The applicant is DECHBN LLC, which is a subsidiary of Bright Night LLC. The public notice of public comment and public information meeting on the notice of intent was issued on February 26, 2025. Project is a proposed 1,000 megawatt solar PV facility with 1,000 megawatts of battery storage on 13,600 acres, privately owned land in Wasco County. Most of that is exclusive farm use. So the public information meeting will be held in person and virtually on March 27th. So not too far away from now in Maupin. And the public comment period closes April 25th, 2025. The next notice of intent is the Sunrise Solar and Storage Projects. So on February 27th, so not that long ago, Pacific Core, who is the applicant, filed a notice of intent for this project. It's proposed in Morrill County, 800 megawatts. Yeah, both 800 megawatts of solar PV and 800 megawatts of battery storage on nearly 7,000 acres of privately owned land that's zoned exclusive farm use. The public notice of public comment and public information meeting on the notice of intent will be issued at the end of March. So we've already established the date of the public information meeting, which will be April 24th, 2025. And this project is right in and around the city of Ione. So south, if you're in Morrow County and you go kind of south of Boardman, how many miles south of Boardman? So about 35 miles. Sunrise Solar and Storage Projects.
They have 30 battery too?
Yes, or at least, so this is at the notice of intent stage. So things could change between the notice of intent and the application. And then, and typically what we're seeing now are, pretty much equivalents of energy generation and battery storage. We haven't really seen that commensurate construction of all the battery storage that's being approved. So, that's pretty typical of what we're seeing. What actually will occur, so to be determined. But yeah, that's what they have in there right now.
We have seen a number of proposals with battery storage. Have any been constructed?
Yes, we have a couple of battery storage projects.
Okay.
Yeah, so we did have a request, and it's on the list to kind of provide council a little more understanding of, the different battery energy storage technologies.
Yeah.
And in that, I think, what we'll try to do is give you the full view of all of the battery storage projects that have been approved, sort of the nature, the location, and then the ones that have actually been constructed. So, yeah, not nearly have we seen the amount of battery storage constructed has been approved. So that still seems like there's a little bit of a lag in that.
Councilor Ives.
Can you repeat the informational meeting?
Sure. So that one, and we haven't gotten the notice out yet, which we will pretty soon, but the April 24th of this year, and I don't know if we've established a location yet, but
But you'll send a notice out. We'll get those courtesy emails. Yeah.
yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so it'll be in Boardman at the riverfront at the Port of Morrow. So notice will go out on Wednesday if you didn't hear that. Okay. Can you forward the slides? All right, next I have some compliance updates. Oh, actually, not these yet. First, I have some mitigation plan amendment updates, but you can leave it on that. I'll get to that. So the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility 3, as you recall, this was originally approved as one wind project, and it's been amended and split and amended and split. And so there's a multitude of Wheat Ridge projects. This particular one is a 50 megawatt solar PV facility on 375 acres in Morrill County. It's been operational since 2022. The facility had a habitat mitigation obligation to address the permanent loss of 50 acres of Category 4 habitat. One of the primary enhancement actions in the habitat mitigation plan was to apply a herbicide treatment on 20 acres to result in a 70% reduction in annual grasses. However, this enhancement action has not been successful. So this resulted in the department requesting that the certificate holder propose an alternative enhancement action to address the failure to succeed. So in January of this year, after 6 months of review and coordination between the certificate holder, the department staff, and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife staff, the department approved an amended habitat mitigation plan inclusive of a new enhancement action, which is the planting of sagebrush on 5 acres within the habitat mitigation area at a rate of 200 seedlings per acre. The department and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife believe this is well-suited enhancement action for the site and worked with the certificate holder to develop success criteria based on evaluation density. So successful planting and living sagebrush at a rate of 70 seedlings per acre is the metric to determine success. So I'm just reissuing or restarting the mitigation. So we'll determine the success of that moving forward. So not totally untypical where, at the time where we set some sort of habitat mitigation and sometimes it just doesn't work. And if it doesn't work and it doesn't look like it will work, it's best to regroup and figure out a different way to do it. And that's what we did here. Next is the habitat or the noxious weed plans for the Bake Oven solar project and the Daybreak solar project. If you recall, those were originally proposed and approved as one project, the Bake Oven. It's been since divided up into 3 projects. So the 2 of those projects are the remaining Bake Oven and the Daybreak. And then in December of 2024, staff approved a revision to the noxious weed plans of these 2 projects, totaling 200 megawatts. Well, that's the size of the projects. Essentially, we approved an amendment to allow sheep grazing at the site. And this was brought up to council previously when we talked about it. So the facilities have been constructed, but they're not fully operational. It's just, it's close if they're not operational as of today. No sheep grazing has yet occurred at the site. But if you recall, the idea here was to minimize the use of herbicides, so from keeping the grasses down, minimizing ensuring better weed management and minimizing fire danger. So, and probably a cheaper, easier way to do it using sheep. So the approval was based upon a review by staff in coordination with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, where specific best management practices were agreed upon to be implemented by the certificate holder. So the Department of Fish and Wildlife expressed concerns regarding disease transmittal from domestic sheep to bighorn sheep. So, there are bighorn sheep in that broader area. And I think those bighorn sheep are susceptible to disease. So there's a real concern about the timing and making sure that domestic sheep do not transmit diseases, which could wipe out these wild populations. So these best management practices include use of fewer and older non-breeding sheep during summer and fall to reduce attracting the wild bighorn sheep, and issuing letters to adjacent landowners prior to use of the domestic sheep on site and reporting to ODFW if domestic or bighorn sheep are observed outside the fence in proximity to the site. So while this is a good idea, like anything, there are risks associated with that. So these best management practices are designed to minimize those risks to the wild populations. Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you, Cindy Condon, for the record. Just curious, and I think I probably should know this, but with the mitigation plans, for instance, on the sagebrush too, as well as the sheep, how is the timing figured out? When is failure realized that, okay, this isn't going to work? I don't remember that in the plans, we've seen that there's a time frame to check. Can you explain that process of who says, I have a question about that this, or we believe this is failing.
Okay. If Sarah's on the line, which she probably is, I'm gonna make an attempt and then I'm gonna go to Sarah if she could fill in the gaps. So each mitigation plan is different. Obviously the specifics of the habitat mitigation area, the kind of success criteria, those are typically established in terms of, year 1, year 2, year 3, and, how do we determine, whether it's successful or trending towards success. So it's not just 5 years later, we look at it and it didn't work. There is really identified a sort of stage gate kind of process to evaluate these to determine it. And, at some point we can determine, all right, is it working or is it not working? And, sometimes it's okay, it's not working. Can we make some changes to, those current efforts to hopefully make that successful? And we've done that in the past. And at some point, we just work with the experts to say, okay, the certificate holder has made a good bona fide effort. We've looked at this, we've worked with, ODFW or, whomever the particular expert is to say, all right, we've done all of this work, all this effort's been made. Is it moving in the direction or is it not? Again, if it's not, can we do something else? Or is it time to sort of regroup and decide to do something different to achieve the same ultimate goal, which is, some sort of mitigation requirement?
So just to follow up on that, and maybe more specifically, it just strikes me that the growth rate of grass is different than sagebrush. And so, if it takes 1 year to know that grass isn't successful, but 5 years to know that sagebrush, is that a compliance check on our end?
Yeah, that's part of our compliance program where, where either the compliance team or we have our consultants, Haley and Aldrich, work on those. So it kind of just depends on the particular mitigation plan, who has capacity, who has the expertise, and then us working with, again, whoever our experts are. Could be the Department of Fish and Wildlife, it could be, the local weed management folks at the county level. So we want to work very closely with them to monitor these things.
Okay, thanks. Actually, just one more on the sheep. The sheep will be in a fenced area.
Yeah,
The project
so-
area, right? So-
Yes. So each of every solar project that gets approved has a perimeter fence around it. That's what the applicants request, and that's to keep game out and others out of it. So yes, these things are all completely enclosed by fencing. But I think the issue or the concern is, not are they going to, kind of interact together, but will they interact, with the fence between them? And even that is enough to potentially spread disease.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Byer.
Thank you. Just one observation, kind of on this note, that the presentation in January that Sarah with the gentleman from ODFW did was very helpful, very insightful. And just if we can get sort of regular updates of what our sort of sister agency is seeing from their compliance perspective, I think this is, the mitigation at this scale is pretty new, and things that we can learn as we impose conditions would be really helpful. But that was a great presentation and a good demonstration of how closely your team works with other agencies. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Okay, now I will get to what's on the screen. So some compliance issues. The first is the Boardman to Hemingway project. So in December of 2024, the department received a formal complaint from Miss Wendy King alleging compliance issues by Idaho Power Company for this project. The alleged compliance issues relate to the pre-construction requirements associated with agricultural impact minimization and mitigation, cultural resource recordation, and raptor nest surveys with regards to the accuracy of those surveys. So the department provided Ms. King final mitigation plans. Idaho Power Company provided survey reports and results. And the department conducted 2 phone conferences, one with the King family and one with the King family and Idaho Power Company. So now that the information has been provided and clearly explained, the department does not believe there are any issues of noncompliance, but continues to work with the Kings to make sure that they have the information they need about where the line will be located, the extent of impacts, survey results, and protections that will apply during construction. And these are related to active raptor nests, which are buffered from construction by certain distances, and then also to minimize the impacts of the raptors during sensitive nesting and birding seasons. So we will be seeking confirmation from Ms. King on whether her issues have been resolved in the next month. And we think this has been a valuable exercise in really understanding, there's a lot of information, with all of our projects, none more so than Boardman to Hemingway. So is the information readily available? Is it readily understandable? So this has, I think, helped us to, have a better understanding of, what's the public seeing, what information is available, what can we be doing to provide, that information better, more consistent, so people have access to that. Certainly, we want to make sure that, every certificate holder is adhering to their, approval and conditions of approval. But part of that also is making sure that, if somebody has concerns, they have ready access to the information. So that's where we're trying to figure out what do we do, moving forward to, better convey this information out. So because, as I said, we've still not got confirmation from Ms. King on this, the matter is still open. Next is the Bigelow Canyon Wind Farm, and there are 3 issues related to this. So this is a 450 megawatt wind facility located in Sherman County, and it is owned by Portland General Electric. The first issue is a transformer failure at one of the wind turbines. So approximately 446 gallons of mineral oil were released and subsequently cleaned up on site. And there was also a small fire in the transformer when the technicians arrived, when they were alerted to this, which they extinguished. So, there have been numerous issues with transformer failures at Bigelow Canyon in the past, and they've been on a cycle of trying to replace those transformers. So they reported this timely, they've cleaned it up. So this matter is now closed. But again, just because of the pattern that this facility, we thought it important to share that with you. There were also 3 turbine doors found open due to malfunctioning locks. So, typically you'll have a wind turbine, and then there's some steps up, and then a door, and then you can go into the turbine tower, and then there's stairs inside. So there's condition on every single wind facility that, there has to be constructed and operated in a way to keep the public out of these areas, and particularly inside these. So this was an issue with the condition. So again, it's because of the malfunctioning locks. So they've replaced those, and they will be inspecting monthly all of the locks on all of the doors on all of their wind turbines, and plan to replace any that also have similar issues. And again, timely reported, responded to, so that incident is now closed.
Sure, how?
Counselor Imes?
Thank you. Katie Imes for the record. So the locks malfunctioned? What kind of, that just sounds interesting to me. Like, how does a lock malfunction?
We could provide more details. I don't have the specific details right now. But I'm sure there's a report that they submitted to us with more specific details.
Well, I know there's all kinds of different styles of locks out there, right? But like if it's a push or a code or a key or all these different styles. And so I'm just that is a little, I'm a little curious about that because they're in very rural, remote areas. And for those to malfunction is highly, that's just not typical. But anyway, I could see someone messing with a lock and it being more of a, somebody trespassing issue, but
Yeah, I don't recall that, or at least I don't believe that they indicated that there was any attempts to break in. I think it was just the malfunctioning locks is what they reported to us. And if you would like, we can follow up with more details.
yeah, just an email or something. I'm more curious about that. Yeah.
Make a quick note
Thank
of
you.
that. And then finally, with regards to Bigelow Canyon, there was reported that a blade shroud, and I've shown pictures of those before. So it's kind of a fiberglass, thing around the wind turbine. And then the metal support cap, were found in the ground near another wind turbine at Bigelow Canyon. So that particular turbine is currently offline. Portland General Electric will provide an update once the root cause analysis is complete. So that one's still pretty new, and that one therefore is still open, still investigating.
Counselor Byer.
I think we've seen a number of compliance issues on this site just over the time that I've been on the council. Is this one of the older wind
Yes.
projects? When was it first operational? I just can't remember.
Give me one moment and I can tell you that.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, I don't have the date when it was operational, but it was approved in 2006.
Okay,
So
okay.
most of the facilities, I would say, not too far after that, probably in like 2007, 2008 is probably when it was operational. So
So,
it is one of the older facilities.
yeah, and so things probably fatigue and, metal fatigue and that kind
Yeah.
of thing. So thank you.
2010, thank you.
Way to go, Tom.
Counselor Grow.
Good morning. For the record, this is Marcy Brill. So to Councilmember Byers' point, when people make a plan, you have good intents and thoughts based off of the information that you have available. Has PGE modified its maintenance schedule? I mean, I know you said that they were replacing transformers. I know you said that they're going to do some inspections, but have they kind of overhauled and really evaluated what their plan is? Have we talked to them about that yet?
On some of the things, so you recall, so there was a blade that fell off one of the facilities. And so, we spent some time looking into that, and they have a plan that they've been implementing where when they're doing maintenance, they will check the bolts on all of that. So that was an example where, that was a pretty significant issue. And then we worked with them to say, okay, what are you going to do about this to make sure, it doesn't happen again? So they have a plan, and, it was a good plan, and they've been implementing that with regards to the bolts on the blades. The transformers, same thing. There's been a pattern of transformer, failures. They have a plan to replace those transformers kind of over time. So,
I guess, this is Marcy again. So when things happen, we get a corrective action. I guess I'm asking, have they proactively overhauled and said, wow, like we've had this happen, like leading indicators, this happened. Should we be going back and holistically looking at it from a big picture as opposed to just reacting because something happens and then we say, hey, you need to have a plan to prevent this again? I think that, as everyone collectively in the industry has gotten smarter and technology has changed, I don't think that just to the point of mitigation plans, right? We're always worried about how old is the data. Anyway, it's just an observation that I would hope that they would look at it in a big picture. Thank you.
Yeah, and so, every facility has their conditions of approval. And so we, evaluate those on an annual basis and make sure that they're adhering to those. Sometimes, we see these patterns. Does that relate? Sometimes these are incidents that they're obligated to share with us, but also sometimes they're not violations of conditions.
Right.
So there's a lot of kind of variation in that. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. So, sometimes it's just they provide the information to us and then we have to decide or we have to evaluate, all right, is that related to a condition of approval? And is that something that we actually have authority regarding compliance over? So, it's when you hear these things, it seems like it's very, very obvious that it is. Sometimes they are, but sometimes they really aren't actual conditions of approval and, we may or may not have authority. So we have to spend that time figuring out, on a particular issue, is it just a reporting issue? And they reported it and they're done. Sometimes that is true. Other times we look at that and say, okay, does that relate to a condition of approval? And if it does, then it's, what are the next steps? It could just be that, okay, they reported it and it's done. Or it could be they reported it and that does relate to an issue or a condition that we have to make sure that they're looking forward about and they have a plan to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So there's a lot of variation.
Thank you.
Counselor Byer.
Thank you. And this is a follow-up. At what point do we sort of step back and say, are our conditions addressing the problems that we're seeing? And same with wildlife, but same with these kind of operational issues. Is there, and not to give staff more work, but to really step back and say, we're seeing patterns here with particularly the older facilities. Should we be proactively adjusting our conditions? And it's just nothing we need to do now, but something to think about.
Yeah, Councilmember Byer, it's a good question and a good point, and we do that all the time. So yeah, you don't necessarily, the difficulty is, we don't have a high volume. So we're not doing 1,000 kind of reviews a year, and then we can make those quick adjustments, and then next year, by the time somebody submits an application, goes through the process, constructs it, and then we have some kind of operational, it's a long time ago, from that original approval and review. So the lessons take a while to learn. When we learn those lessons, we make adjustments. We've had updates recently on the goal exception. We've tried to adjust that. These habitat mitigation plans, you're going to have that later on today, or the wildfire mitigation plans. So that's what we've been trying to do with these. And these are examples of what are we seeing with these? Are they working? Are they working the way that we thought? Can we adjust them now? Mitigation plans, we can. Conditions, typically we can't. And so that's really then not for that particular facility, but for similar facilities, how can we learn the lesson and make those changes? And we absolutely try to do that when we find out information that wasn't necessarily working the way that we thought.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Condon.
Just a quick question with respect to our ability to review conditions. And if my memory is correct, if an amendment is applied for, it sometimes it opens up the whole project we're looking at. So if, for instance, we see a cascadence of problems with the sites and see that conditions might change for the future, if we're reviewing an amendment for a particular change that the site certificate holder is applying for an amendment, can we step back and say, okay, there have been issues related to this project, and we want to look at all of the conditions we have? Is that?
No. So the way that works, it's really the particular amendment
Mhm.
triggers the particular review. So for example, if you have, say, an existing operational facility
Mhm.
and they want to add area to the facility and add components, whether it's
Mhm.
wind or solar. And so they're adding a whole new area. Well, you can apply the conditions to that area, but it doesn't reopen the prior portion. You know, if they're not making, you know, holistic changes to that existing area, those conditions will not be, cannot be revisited for that particular area. Now, the council does have, and we've never, to my knowledge, never really ever used this, but there is, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember the exact language, but there is the ability to apply later adopted laws for the purposes of public health and safety. But that's a very limited thing. So there would have to be an overriding public health and safety issue to say, hey, you know, the facility, we need to apply these new requirements. You know, council adopts new public health and safety rules or some other state agency. So there is sort of a limited way where you can kind of look at that. But to my knowledge, that's never been asserted by the public or council or staff on anything. So I'm not sure we've had any experience on that. But really it is for an amendment, the amendment has to relate to, you know, those conditions for us to be able to revisit them.
Thank you.
Counselor Rhymes.
Thank you, Chair. So my question, I have two questions. The Bigelow project, do they have any other sites? Does the parent company have any other sites in this, in Oregon?
Yeah, so it's Portland General Electric. So yes, they have several facilities.
I don't need to know all of them.
Yes.
That's just maybe a broad question.
Yep,
Um,
most of them are natural gas power plants, but there are some other wind and solar facilities.
okay. And, question on blade replacement. Is there, are site certificate holders, just asking for like maybe one or two blade replacements here and there, which wouldn't trigger a review? Or what is the threshold for the department to say, okay, what's, you know, you've asked for one here, you've asked for one here, now you're asking for one here. When do we say, okay, what's the big picture?
It's a good question, and I wouldn't say that there's a black and white answer to it. You know, if a blade falls off and they need to replace that blade, that's really an operation and maintenance issue. So it's sort of a single aspect. But what we're mostly seeing are repowers. So they're not just replacing a blade, you know, because of some issue. They're replacing all three blades and the nacelle for most or all of the facility because there's some purpose and value or
Upgrade.
an upgrade, exactly.
Okay, but there is no, so has the department experienced any sites just replacing one, two, or three here? But then coming back maybe 3 months later and asking to replace three more type of situation?
Not that, no, I'm not aware of any time where somebody's tried to do that over time in order to avoid an amendment. If that's kind of the nature of the question.
Yes.
There have been, again, legitimately operation and maintenance sort of aspects where that don't trigger an amendment.
Right,
But, you know, what we're seeing is either that sort of, you know, one, you know, kind of operation and maintenance, you know, fairly small change or replacement to a full, you know, repower.
Mhm.
And there's not really, well, we haven't seen, at least I'm not aware of any of the certificate holders trying to do that middle ground where they're, you know, they're doing a series of them over time. I'm not sure that that would be, it's me getting out of my sort of knowledge area, but there's an economies of scale of doing that. And so, you know, I don't think it would be probably worthwhile economically or financially to try to do that over, some long period of time with, one and two blades kind of thing. It really is typically a full replacement.
All right, thank you.
Just weigh in on this for a minute. As far as the question, it sounds like the question you're asking is when we have incidents like this, compliance type incidents, would we go back and then potentially amend the site certificate? I think a more likely scenario is we would turn to our compliance team. If we had a concern, we would issue a notice of violation, which is also something that we don't do very often, but we have you have that authority to do it. When you issue a notice of violation, one of the things that's required of the certificate holder is a response to the notice. And as part of the response, they have to identify what corrective actions they have taken or that they plan to take. And so I think in that context, if you became concerned enough about repeat incidents, we would look at potentially a compliance action and a corrective action plan that from the certificate holder about how they would address those issues.
And I think just as a placeholder for later on this year, we do have compliance rulemaking. We haven't initiated it yet. We will request to initiate that in the future. But this is all a good conversation to determine what changes, if any, do we need to make to our compliance rules regarding all of these things. So, and I think there are some opportunities for us to make this clearer and work better. So I don't know that we'll have that authority to kind of, relicense, as it were, and reevaluate all the conditions of approval. That's probably not where we can go. But I think there are a lot of opportunities to, figure out how to do this better with the rules.
Councilor Hines? No, I'm sorry, Byer.
Thank you, Chair Howe. I think Patrick's response helps us respond to Marcy's question about can we get them to tell us what their maintenance plan is? And that's something to kind of flag moving forward. If we do look at the compliance rules where we can say, once you get to this point, and we've been visiting you a lot, you really need to have a better operational plan for us. And I think there's room there to address your concern. Thanks.
Okay, any further, or I'll move on to the last one on this list. So the Port Westward Generating Project, also a Portland General Electric project. So this is a 650 megawatt natural gas fired electric power plant in Columbia County. So all natural gas power plants, at least those that are subject to the carbon rule, not all are, but most are, have a 5-year true-up reporting requirement. So they essentially, at the time that they get an approval, they say this is what we plan to operate annually, the amount of hours. And based upon those hours and the particular facility, we've dealt with the carbon standard, so I'm not going to try to explain that because it's a little complicated. But ultimately, there's a formula, number of hours times the type of facility, resulting in the amount of carbon offsets if they choose that pathway, which they all do, that they have to pay. So one of the elements is a 5-year true-up. So this is what they said they were going to do. Are they doing it? If they're operating at or less during those true-ups, then they're fine. They've already paid into, kind of their carbon offsets. But if they're operating more, then that calculation has to be done, and then they have to pay additional carbon offsets. So that's the nature of this. So for this particular facility, Portland General Electric has not submitted the 5-year true-up report to the department within the required timeframe. So it is approximately, I think, as of 2 days ago, I think when we sent the notice out, about 47 days late. So that won't give them any sort of out on it. They're still going to have to submit it. They're aware of that. They plan to submit it. So likely this was just an oversight on their part. But this obviously is still open because they have not submitted their 5-year true-up on particularly Unit 2 for the facility. So we're not sure at this point, are they operating within the hours, or have they exceeded those? And do they need to pay additional carbon offsets? That's still to be determined.
Vice Chair Condon.
Um, thank you. Is the reporting required, 5 years runs, is the reporting required in 90 days and they're 47 days late from the 90-day report due? Or,
I'd have to look into that.
okay,
So
I'm just
my
curious about
understanding,
the
and it
timing.
may be wrong, is that, they had a certain date that they had to submit it by, and it's 47 days late.
From the date due.
Yeah, but it may not be exactly that, but, ultimately, they did not submit that within the time frame that they need to. And they're now aware of it, and we anticipate receiving that soon.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sure.
Counselor Byer.
If the facility is short on their carbon credits, do they pay at the rate they were assigned and not at our new rate?
Correct.
Hmm.
It's a good question. So everybody's, the conditions are related to each facility at the time that they were approved. So it's not the current rate, it's the rate at which, that's built into the condition.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thanks. Just to comment on that, and I don't expect this to be a mode of operating, but it seems to me that could be an incentive to underrepresent at the beginning, just because as we're now raising rates, just a comment.
Yeah, just to flesh this out a little bit more. So if, at the 5-year, as I said, if they're, operating at or under, they don't need to pay any more. But if they're operating more, and then it's the 30-year, it's the remainder of that 30-year life cycle. So it's not just they're paying for the amount that they exceeded during that 5-year, it's the remaining of the life of the facility. And then at the next 5-year, if they're under, they don't get it back. Okay, moving on to legislation. So if you can, great. So in the monthly siting report, for this legislative session, I'll keep the bills kind of in there to give you an idea. You can always go into the, legislative webpage and track those bills. These are not all the bills that we were tracking. These are just the more FSEC specific bills. These are bills that would affect your statutes. And so, again, there's a whole host of other ones related to land use that could be changed, but we're tracking those, but I didn't include those. These are all just the very specific FSEC related ones. But hopefully you found the list in the monthly siting report helpful. This is a more summarized version of that. Before I get into these, I also wanted to convey some specific dates, and I included that in the monthly siting report as well. So as of February 25th, that was the deadline for bills to be submitted. So with some caveats about, the joint committees or others that have some additional variation in terms of what they can do, this should be the universe of bills that we see. And so that was the point where everything technically gets submitted. We understand the universe. And as the session moves forward, there are dates by which those start to go away. And the next date really is today. So today is the deadline for bills to be posted in the first chamber. So it's House bill, has to be posted for, a work session in the committee that it's assigned to. Senate, the same thing. If they're not posted by today, they don't move forward. And then April 9th is the next deadline. Those bills that have been posted actually have to have had a first chamber work session or they don't move forward. So we'll start to see these bills, or the number of bills shrink over time. All right, so looking at the ones, probably House Bill 3681 is the most significant one. This bill has numerous elements and it's our language that we put in this kind of a staff summary related to, kind of FSEC permitting. But it has several things and there are potential amendments going on about this, but right now, this is what we know. So, several things which include that FSEC must conclude the, contested case and issue a final order within 12 months of issuance of the proposed order. So, no, I'm just going to tell you the what of these. So it also would add language regarding appeals. So there's some variation, you know, in terms of applications and amendments and some clarification. And so it's adding a lot of clarification about the appeals and where those go to. Would allow for FSEC to make a decision on an amendment or it would allow the ability to make minor changes to a site boundary within a certain time frame. So I think that's sort of in flux right now. Yeah, right now, though, the bill language says that FSEC would have to make minor changes within 14 days of receiving the request. So that's in the introduced bill language. There's some potential amendment, changes to that language, which could be more aligned with the rules that are actually adopted by council, which you can't implement right now. So some minor amendment or minor change to a site boundary without an amendment, but that's not out there yet. FSEC must approve final order for construction time extensions under certain circumstances without an amendment request. That's also being looked at. And then there's some language related to the Public Utility Commission's certificate of public convenience and necessity. This relates to eminent domain. So there's a lot going on with this bill. There's a lot of changes. House Bill 3422. So we talked about this before. Patrick gave a good overview of this in terms of, FSEC's goal exception. Essentially all other elements of land use come either from the local government or from LCDC statutes. The goal exception is different. You have your own statutory provision. So this would include language requiring that FSEC would have to make a finding that there were no other areas that could support the facility, which would not require a goal exception. So essentially an alternatives analysis, which you don't have right now. So that's the element of that. Senate Bill 1034 related to applicable substantive criteria. So this removes the language that allows FSEC to not have to implement all local government applicable substantive criteria. So going back to the Nolan Hills case, this is the only time that I'm aware that that's ever been occurred. The applicant asserted that the 2-mile setback from Umatilla County was not applicable substantive criteria. We agreed, council agreed, it was appealed to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court upheld FSEC's decision. This bill would rewrite that and say, essentially, whatever the local government has approved has to be implemented. House Bill 3874.
Sorry, before you go on, and I should have raised this issue on 3422. It strikes me that today an applicant doesn't have to provide, information about alternative sites. So would that change if this were to pass 3422? Would that change the process for application that other locations would have to be identified? How would we do that, the alternatives?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, and I would say I know the answer to the question. So to be honest, the bill language is a little confusing to me. And I'm not exactly sure how we would implement it. I think conceptually it is that the alternatives analysis, but is it, all right, you're in one area, what's the distance? Is it, within a few miles? Is it anywhere in the state? So the language of the statute or the proposed, statutory change does not clarify any of that.
And so just to clarify in my mind, if this were to pass, it would certainly change the responsibility of the applicant
Yes.
pretty dramatically.
Yeah, to the extended nature of what kind of alternatives they would have to provide, the level of, work and effort and the sort of the geographic area from the proposed location, I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Okay, so you talked about the Senate Bill 1034, House Bill 3874. This would raise the jurisdictional threshold for wind projects. Right now, statute is a little confusing. And so it's 50 megawatts average right now, which is the threshold. Really what that means is 150 megawatt nameplate capacity. It's kind of a reverse engineering of what average means. But it's essentially, we all understand it more in the maximum. So for 150 megawatts, if each facility or if each wind turbine is 1 megawatt, that's 150 wind turbines. They're more like 4 megawatts now, but that gives you the idea of what it would be. This would change it to 100 megawatts average or 300 megawatts nameplate capacity. And I bulked the, oh wait. Yes, next slide, please. Yeah, so the next one is Senate Bill 969. This is the FSEC and NEPA review. And really what that says, if there is a facility located on federal land, entirely on federal land, subject to NEPA review, the FSEC would not have jurisdiction. So, at least under the prior administration, there was a lot of efforts to try to get
Can you hear
solar
me now?
facilities, solar facilities on like Bureau of Land Management lands. So in that instance, if it was entirely on a Bureau of Land Management, and there is, they have to conduct their own NEPA review, then we wouldn't have authority.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Richard. Thank you.
Okay, I've just had a lot of problems connecting.
Chair Howe?
Councilor Byer.
Sorry, just a quick question. When we look at things like B2H, the transmission line that's partially federal with NEPA review and then partially, say, county land, does the bill speak to that?
No,
Okay.
it speaks only to entirely located on federal land.
Okay, thank you. Thanks
Yeah,
for
and so
clarifying.
I'm not aware that we've ever had a facility that we reviewed that's been entirely on federal land. They've all been, the ones that have had a federal nexus have been both on private and federal land. Okay, so the next two are really bulk. So I'm not going to go into all these in detail because really they're variations of the same thing. So a lot of nuclear conversation. So the first grouping is related to just, I would say, more of a typical, nuclear energy facility, ones that you're probably aware of out there in the world. Right now, there are two elements that were passed by the legislature way back when. And those are, before FSEC can approve a nuclear energy project, there has to be a federal repository. There are no permanent federal repositories for the spent nuclear fuel. That doesn't exist. They're all maintained on site. So the Trojan, independent spent fuel installation has the spent nuclear fuel in casks on site, as does every other single nuclear facility, either active or inactive, in the United States. So this would first require there has to be a federal repository, doesn't exist, and the facility would have to be approved by a majority of the electors of the state. So those two things exist right now before FSEC can approve a facility. So all of these are variations of removing or eliminating or waiving those. So again, without getting into the specifics, they're all doing kind of similar things. And then the next grouping is related to small modular nuclear reactors. So these are more of the, small scale, nuclear reactors where you can, the idea is that you have components that you can kind of connect together to build up a bigger nuclear facility, but you can have kind of relatively small ones running by themselves, and then you can add to them to make them bigger. So, I mean, it's still a nuclear energy facility, but it's kind of a different model. Those are really new. There's not really a lot of examples of those out there in the world. There's a couple, I think, in Europe, but none yet in the United States. Same thing. This would have, they're all variations of the same thing. The federal repository and the electors of the state. And then next slide, please. So Senate Bill 2410 is a little bit of a different variation of that. This would allow for a demonstration project in Umatilla County specifically. So it would allow FSEC to approve a demonstration project if the electors of Umatilla County approved it. And then also this would include preparing a report for the legislature on what are our existing rules, what are our existing statutes, and do we need any additional ones that would be important to review and, monitor over time a small modular nuclear reactor. And there's an element to a project fund to pay for that report. So this one has a few things in it as well, but it's different enough to the other ones that it was, I think, important to kind of break out.
Question.
And then
Counselor Devlin?
My question is for all of these related to changes in laws relative to nuclear reactors. What is the deadline in this session in the originating chamber for them to have a work session, or they're dead? Or they can be.
yeah. Thank you, Counselor Devlin. So today is the date that the deadline to post work sessions in the first chamber. April 9th is the actual deadline to hold the work sessions in the first chamber.
Okay. Have any been posted yet,
I have not had a chance to track these ones in the last few days, so I'm not sure. I mean, some of them that have already had it. I know 2410 has already had one, or I'm not sure if it's actually a public hearing or a work session. But in the monthly siting report that'll go out in about a week, we'll have a better understanding. Again, some of these will have not been posted and will go away. April 9th is the next deadline. So obviously for the monthly siting report, I won't know that, but I will certainly keep council members updated with these so you can kind of see, as these bills shrink, and I expect, probably, several of these nuclear bills to not meet these deadlines. Some of them will and will continue to move forward, but some of them likely will not make it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And some of them might be referred to Ways and Means to keep them alive too, but.
Yeah, and I had mentioned a little bit of that before. Ways and Means has kind of its own authority about these deadlines, so they're a little bit different. And then the last one is Senate Bill 398. So this would, and not just, this isn't FSEC specific, but it has specific relationship to FSEC. Any state agency that has any kind of carbon offsets, this would require those carbon offsets would go directly to ODOT's road fund.
Just,
Vice Chair Condon?
thank you, Cindy Condon for the record. Given this 398 and maybe more people looking at it as to the use of funds, is there a possibility that the statute that we work under that doesn't allow, increases except for every 2 years to change?
I'm not aware of anything, but these, when you have the relating to clauses, however narrow or however broad, these bills could be changed drastically based upon the relating to clauses. So, Yeah, I don't remember what the particular relating to clause is. I mean, it could happen. Because you could have a kind of a generic, very broad relating to clause and very specific bill language. And that bill language could be, as the term is, gutted and stuffed later on.
It just strikes me that as the Department of Transportation and others are looking for, okay, these funds are coming in, that there would be a renewed look at
Yeah.
how are those offset funds calculated. So,
Yeah, I'm not aware. There's been no conversations with us about that, but
thank you.
certainly possible, subject to the bill itself. And then, yeah, I told you this was gonna take a while. Last on my list is the future council meetings. So I believe Nancy has let everybody know that we will not need an April meeting. So that was scheduled for April 17th and 18th. So we can release those dates if you weren't tracking that. And then the May meeting is scheduled for the 15th and the 16th. We do anticipate needing a meeting for May, but we'll be in touch in the coming weeks about, do we need both days? Do we need one day? And what the particular location is. So that hasn't been determined. But again, being off in April will likely mean that we'll need to have a May meeting.
Vice Chair Condon.
Cindy Connor for the record, just a couple things. One, the monthly signing report I find incredibly valuable, certainly coming into these meetings, just because it is background, but it does let you stew on questions, so, which is why this might have taken longer. But, and just additionally, I find the break in meetings, not having a February meeting, it's kind of harder to get into the flow, I guess. And when a meeting would not be required, I am wondering if there might be an opportunity to have those more educational sessions when there isn't when there aren't other matters to discuss, to focus, fully on, like we've talked about, batteries and BPA Connect and whatnot. It just seems to me an appropriate time that we could delve into those topics. So, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
No, good feedback. We appreciate that. Okay, unless there are any other.
Okay.
All right, that does conclude
Was that?
that concludes my secretary report.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary Cornett. So we're ready now then to move to the next item, which is an action item, the Madras Solar Energy Facility Amendment 1. We've got Chase McVeigh Walker, Senior Siting Analyst, to walk us through the amendment request.
Good morning, Chair Howe, Vice Chair Condon, and council members. For the record, my name is Chase McVeigh Walker, Senior Siting Analyst at the department. As the chair just mentioned, agenda item B this morning is council's review of the proposed order on request for amendment 1 for the Madras Solar Energy Facility and possible decision on the final order. Next slide, please. In today's presentation, I will provide an overview of the facility and the site certificate history, summarize the amendment request and comments received on the record of the draft proposed order, provide an overview of the additional changes presented in the proposed order, and then we'll turn the presentation back over to council at the end for any questions, and then council deliberation and possible decision on the final order. And that will conclude this item. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the Madras Solar Energy Facility is an approved but not yet constructed 63 megawatt solar photovoltaic energy generation facility within an approximate 284 acre site boundary. The facility is located in Jefferson County, approximately 5 miles west of the city of Madras. Here on this slide, it's that yellow outlined polygon with a big red arrow pointing to it. The certificate holder is Madras PV1 LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Ecoplexus Inc. And council issued the site certificate for this facility on July 16th, 2021. Next slide, thank you. This slide is a visual representation of the proposed facility and facility components. In addition to the solar arrays, which are represented in the figure on the slide as the yellow crosshatched area, the approved facility also includes a battery energy storage system, which in this figure are those smaller rectangular salmon colored shapes sporadically placed throughout the facility. There's also a 34.5 kilovolt collection system, approximately 200 feet of 230 kilovolt transmission line, which would connect the proposed substation to the existing Pelton Round Butte 230 kV line. And that existing line is represented in this figure as that golden line zigzagging across and transecting the solar array area. There's also, as I mentioned, a substation and switching station approved, as well as a point of interconnect, an operations and maintenance building, access perimeter and service roads, perimeter fencing, and temporary construction areas. Next slide, please. So what is being requested in request for Amendment 1? Well, the certificate holder has requested a 3-year extension to both the construction commencement and completion deadlines. This change would make the new construction commencement deadline June 25th, 2027, and the new completion deadline 18 months after construction commences. Next slide, please. This is our amendment process chevron slide, and as indicated with the red coloring and the big arrow that says we are here, we are at the final stages of the review process for amendments. This is council's review of the proposed order and any requests for contested cases, which we did not receive any, and I have a slide that states just that. The proposed order contains the updates the department made to its initial recommendations in the draft proposed order based on consideration of public comments and any direction provided by council following council's review of the draft proposed order. As far as procedural history is concerned, the certificate holder filed the preliminary request for Amendment 1 in June of last year, 2024. A complete request for amendment was filed in October of last year, and the department issued its draft proposed order in October of last year as well. Council reviewed the department's draft proposed order in January of this year, 2025, and that leads us here today to council's review of the proposed order. Okay, next slide, please. This slide is just a summary of council's scope of review for amendments. And council's scope of review for amendments The council must determine that the preponderance of evidence on the record supports the conclusions that the facility with the proposed change complies with the laws and standards applicable to an original site certificate application, and that the amount of the bond or letter of credit required under the retirement financial assurance standard is adequate. Next slide, please. This is, these next two slides are summary slides of the comments received on the record of the draft proposed order, and we went over this in January, but going over it again. The department received 6 written and 1 oral comment on the record of the draft proposed order, as well as written responses from the certificate holder themselves. This slide details 6 different commenters and provides a summary of the comments received. The department, in response to the commenters and comments on this slide, in the proposed order, referenced all of these comments in the procedural history section of the proposed order, and determined that no further discussion or evaluation was needed. But that's where it was, these commenters were addressed in the proposed order. The next slide summarizes comments received from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon. And after evaluating their comments, the department determined that there's 2 issues raised, which we discussed in January. The first issue related to preemption, and during the January 2025 EPSEC meeting, council reviewed the draft proposed order and the comments received, and council's legal counsel, Patrick Rowe, presented the preemption argument evaluation. I, in turn, presented on the second issue, which was related to council's approval of the goal exception to statewide planning goal 3, and the determination that the facility is locationally dependent and cannot be made to meet its standards. The next slide summarizes the department's recommendations made in the proposed order in relation to, or in response to, those 2 issues. The in the proposed order, the department recommends council impose 2 new conditions to address the 2 issues from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs. The first condition, General Standard Condition 12, would address the preemption issue. And this new condition would ensure that the facility layout and design would not preclude or limit access to the existing 230 kV Pelton Dam to Round Butte transmission line right-of-way, which traverses east-west through the middle of the facility site. And that would be like, that would access would not be precluded by the line owner unless an access agreement has been obtained, and that's what the condition recommends. In response to the second issue relating council's prior approval of the goal exception, a new condition, land use condition 7, would ensure that the certificate holder understands its obligation to secure an interconnect agreement by requiring that prior to construction of the facility or facility component as applicable, the certificate holder demonstrates that it has an executed agreement with the owners to interconnect to the transmission line, the Pelton to Round Butte transmission line. And with those recommended 2 new conditions, the department recommends that council find in the proposed order that, based on the preponderance of evidence on the record, and with the these 2 recommended new conditions and other amended and existing conditions, that the site certificate may be amended as requested. Therefore, the department recommends that council approve the proposed order as the final order with new, existing, and amended conditions and issue a site certificate. The next slide just I included it just to be transparent that the deadline to submit a request for a contested case was 5 o'clock on March 3rd, and that no requests for a contested case were provided or submitted. And I believe the next slide is my opportunity to turn it back to council for any questions or and council's deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh Walker. Are there any questions or comments? Let's see.
Go ahead, proceed.
Ms. Greer.
Thank you. This is, I think it's a typo, so I'm just asking, 'cause as most of you know, I tend to read the wildfire stuff a lot. In section 2.3.34, under high-risk locations, it says exiting transmission lines in reference to the map, and I think it would be existing transmission lines. And anyway, it's just reading, just throwing it out there for a de minimis change. And I want to say just the work around that, as we continue to get wiser and smarter. In my current job, I've learned a lot more about fire, so I'm going to continue reading about them. So appreciate the effort to see us beef up and ask the developers to be more robust with their plans to mitigate those dangers. Thank you.
Secretary Cornett.
Thank you, Councilmember Correo. Yeah, so we would consider that Scrivener error. We appreciate bringing those up. We want to make sure everything is as clear and perfect as possible. But yeah, not substantive, but very much appreciated. So we can make those changes. You know, if council wants to move forward, that would be included in the final order, if you approve a final order. So thank you for bringing that up.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. And just with respect to general standard condition 12 in the language, and I think this might be understood, but the way it reads now is that it doesn't, so in design would not preclude or limit access to the 230 kilovolt Pelton Dam to Round Butte transmission line right of way to anyone? Well, I mean, that's a question. Is it at all? And by the line owner, unless an access agreement has been obtained, and it seems to me the access agreement with a limitation. I mean, there can be an access agreement without limiting. And so it might be understood here that owner, unless an access agreement limiting access of certain parties has been obtained. It just seems to me it needs to be more specific.
Oh, this is just.
This is a summary of the conditions. It's not that
I think
the
it's
actual language. It's on.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry,
page
I don't
19.
have the actual language.
I don't know how. Should I just connect to this? I'm not.
And the access is just related to a single entity is what I'm trying to narrow it down to. And I don't,
The intent of that language, and we'll pull it up for, the intent is consistent with the representation that the certificate holder made. They won't block the access to the line. They won't block the line owner's access to the line. So remember, they have a perimeter fence. And the tribe was expressing concern about, well, we might not be able to get to our line.
yeah,
And in response to that concern, the certificate holder said, we're going to make sure you have access. So all this condition does is ensure that they'll be able to get through the fence to their line. That's the intent of it. It might be possible that we can clean that language up to read more clearly.
And I do understand the intent and I just want to make sure that it is,
Let's take a look at the language, and if you have suggestions to clean it up, we can certainly do that.
thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Counselor Devlin,
are you ready for a motion?
not quite yet. We're pulling up the language to specifically look at how it's worded.
It's page 19. Page number 19.
So that, yeah.
I don't think that's not the language either, is it? That's
Page
just,
19, proposed orders.
Page, well,
Page 19 of the.
like page number 19, not,
Oh, I got you.
okay.
It's navigator.
15. 15. Okay, right there, yeah.
you're probably going to want to.
Make that a little clearer.
Yeah, this is more specific.
Thank you very much.
Scroll down.
We go down, we had like 2 lines. There we go. So this is the actual language of the condition we are recommending. Yeah.
Unless an access agreement has been executed between. I guess limiting access.
Yeah, I think we could just drop that language that says unless an access agreement has been executed.
Yeah.
I don't know what that gets us.
Or if somebody thinks that it gets us something by the owner unless an access agreement limiting such access has been obtained.
I guess, I would say this, to my recollection, the certificate holder did not indicate an intent to negotiate an access agreement with the tribe in PGE. They said we'll make sure that we don't have to preclude that. All we're looking for is a demonstration that they're going to give them access.
Yeah.
If they want to do it through the site plan, or if they want to do it through an access agreement, that would be fine. But if you want to keep the access agreement language, I would say then give us a copy of that. Make sure that you're either giving us a site plan that's showing where you're going to give them access, or you're giving us a copy of the access agreement showing that you've agreed with the line owners that you're providing them access.
Okay.
So just,
Counselor Byer.
as you got comments from the tribe who raised this issue, were they asking for the agreement, the access agreement, or just some other guarantee of access?
Let me look.
I don't know how specific their comment was, so.
Yeah, I don't, Chase can look at that. I don't recall that they got that specific. Their
Okay.
argument, as you'll recall, was, look,
We just want to.
you're preempted, council, you're preempted from even approving this
Yeah.
because it could potentially impact our access to this line.
Yeah.
And
And
as you'll
the
recall,
first
I
sentence,
explained to you what preemption is, that you're not regulating their line at all. This isn't a preemption issue. But because the certificate holder said, don't worry, we're going to make sure they have access. We said, consistent with that representation, let's include a condition that ensures that the line owners will have access. That's the intention of this condition.
Yeah. So that unless there was an explicit request for an access agreement, I think that last phrase starting with unless could be dropped, and then we could approve the new condition, just stating.
I will say, and Chase can correct me if I'm mistaken, this is the language that was in the proposed order,
Yeah.
which is what the tribe then had an ability to request a contested case on or not.
So if we
Okay,
change
so
it,
if we change it, they could say, well, we would have requested. So I would say, let's probably keep it, but you could clean it up to say, unless an access agreement has been executed between certificate holder and line owner and a copy provided to the department. Because that way we're having proof in one of two ways that they're giving access. It's either the site plan that shows access, or it's a copy of an access agreement that shows access.
Chair Howe.
Counselor Hines.
Yes, thank you. I agree with, Counselor Rowe. Sorry, yeah, Counselor Rowe. In that I think being a little more specific about the options that you just, discussed and having that, copy on the site certificate or a copy of the agreement pre-construction. Seems more clearer that way to me anyway, as I read it.
So we would keep this condition as it's written, except at the very end, we would say, unless an access agreement has been executed between certificate holder and line owner and a copy of such agreement provided to the department.
Okay, any further discussion on this?
I looked and they weren't specific about.
just in fairness, since this is brought in the proposal. I want
So, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, just
Chair
for
Cornett.
clarification, if anybody wants to make a motion, it would be the second one, which is motion with changes, and I do have that language down. So either somebody can read it, or you can look to me and I will read it as part of the motion that somebody's making. So
Sounds good. Thanks. Counselor Byer.
on, condition 7. Have we included that type of condition for other facilities, or should we be thinking about that where we request that, not proof of interconnect, but something like that?
We had.
Yeah, we did.
Okay,
West End, we did.
Mhm.
okay, I just was wondering if we were consistent with that. And
You
if
haven't done it always, but recently, West End is within the
Yeah, it
last
was
probably
pretty
18,
recent.
24
Yeah.
months. Yeah.
Okay, so something just to put on our tickler list to think about including. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Any other questions? Do we have someone ready to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I believe it'd be better if
Counselor Devlin.
someone, I believe it would be better if someone there made the motion, because you're making the second approval motion now. And you'll need someone to list the changes from the secretary.
Okay. Counselor Guerrero.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council adopt the application process phase 2 rules presented in the staff report with the following changes, and I will defer to council secretary. That's not the right one? Oh, sorry, it went too far. Sorry. Mr. Chair, I move that the council issue a final order approving the certificate holder's request for Amendment 1 to the site certificate for the Madras Solar Energy Facility, using the department's proposed order as the basis for the final order with the following changes. And I will defer to Council Secretary Cornett to specify those.
and this would be changes to condition 12, and at the very end of the existing language in the proposed order, it would be amended to include the following language: and a copy of such agreement provided to the department. And then there was a second part to the motion.
And issue the first amendment site certificate consistent with the final order.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you, Counselor Devlin. For the second, Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes,
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Thanks again, Mr. McVeigh Walker.
Thank you, sir. And apologies for the confusion.
You know.
Mr.
Don't
Chair,
need
getting
it.
ahead. Mr. Chair, just a time check. So we had in the timeline about now
Right.
taking a break.
Yep.
But we had originally thought it would be after the next agenda item. But since mine went so long, your choice whether you want to move forward with the next agenda item or take a break now.
People ready for what, a 10-minute break or want to move on? Okay.
Break, please.
We'll take a short break, come back at 10:20. Okay. Let's see. It's now 10:21, and I'd like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item, which is an action item, application process phase 2 rulemaking. Tom Jackman, our rules coordinator, will present the permanent rules related to better align the application requirements with the standards in the rule and improve the consistency of the rules in the application process. Mr. Jackman, it's all yours.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be here. Yet again, my name is Tom Jackman, and I am the rules coordinator, and we are here to discuss application process phase 2 rulemaking, permanent rulemaking. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So the dark sort of chevrons there are the sort of 3 times that we meet. So we meet at the beginning, and we're going to do 2 agenda items later to discuss those. We do a meeting sort of halfway through the process when we've developed draft rules to present them to the public, and then we meet a 3rd time here to consider adoption. So beginning, middle, end. So here we are at the end. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So yeah, we are here to sort of on a journey to make the Energy Facility Siting Council's rules easier to understand, easier to sort of enforce and review for the public, for the staff, and for the council. And so this is just a sort of step on the process. If we were going to sort of approach some of these rules in isolation without any future rulemaking, we would have taken a different approach. So some of the decisions that we made in terms of the way we drafted the language is a reflection of the fact that in a few months, we're going to start sort of changing some of these rules again when we actually dive into the specific standards themselves. So today really, it started out a little broader in my mind, but we sort of narrowed in on a essential but not broad in scope step of a reorganization of the rules. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So as you well know, the rules are currently divided into or I should say the council standards are currently located in Division 22, but the information requirements for those standards are in Division 21, and they can't all, we have, I think, A through Z, AA, BB, CC, something like that. Couldn't all fit on the slide there. So we have a lot more exhibits, information requirements than we do council standards. So we tried to think about how we want these rules to eventually look. And one of those things was to sort of bring the information together with the standards. So when someone is reviewing, is a given standard met? Should I be concerned? Should I raise an issue, a concern to council? They don't have to sort of go all over the place. And let's go ahead and go to the next slide to see what that would look like. So right now, if you want to determine organizational expertise standard has been met, you review the standard in 22, and then you sort of go over to 21, and then you scroll down to Exhibit A, and then you scroll down to Exhibit D, and it's just kind of all over the place. It can be a challenge, and if you're a layperson, if you're new to this process, I don't want to say it's insurmountable, but it is incredibly difficult. And so we're never going to make this, hop on pop. This is always going to be pretty heavy stuff, but we can improve it. We can make significant improvements. So that's what we're here today to do. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah. One other thing to note is that some of the exhibits aren't tied to standards at all, but of course are, we ask for information that's helpful to sort of know more about the project. For example, Exhibit C, the facility location. There's no council standard that requires the facility to be located in a certain spot, but we need to know that in order to make a determination about whether or not, protected areas, fish and wildlife have been met, because we need to understand the facility and, and where it's located. So, there was thinking about what we would do with those exhibits, since they are not tied to a specific standard. And you'll see here in a second. So go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah, click through here. Yeah, go ahead and just click through this whole slide here. So you can see it all. There we go. So again, not all the exhibits are connected to a standard. It's confusing, because things are spread apart and the rules can do a better job. So go ahead and go next. So one of the things, and the primary thing we've done here today is move the information requirements from where they're currently located in Division 21 to just sit under the standard language that's in Division 22. And again, if we weren't going to do specific rulemakings to look at these things over the next, 2-3 years, 4 years, we would have maybe tried to be a little bit more elegant about this approach. But essentially all we've done is move what was in Division 21 to Division 22 without really changing anything, Control C, Control V, or I guess X. But yeah, cut and paste. So, we've had some folks express some concerns, some applicants, about what this looks like, anytime you make any change, and this is a sort of structurally significant change for somebody who's super familiar with the existing process. Really, if you had a binder of information before, you're going to give us the same binder of information. It's just it's going to be organized a little differently. In some cases, you called it Exhibit H, now you're calling it the structural standard exhibit. It's literally just the cover page has changed. So over the coming years, again, we're going to be maybe rocking some boats some more. But at least for now, this is really just a structural change. Question
or comment, but maybe a question. This is Marcy Grail. So when you said, at least I think I heard you say it, the applicants were the ones making the comment about the movement of this.
Sure.
And so my response to that is what we've heard from the public repeatedly is we don't do these things all the time. In my mind, I might be wrong, but I'm hoping you can come in not. This is something that's going to help everybody. So I would just advise or suggest that we continue being open-minded about what makes sense, because as people are more educated, there are more projects, we're going to have to continue finding ways, to Todd's point earlier about making it accessible. Does the information work? Is it working the way we intend to it? So I just would like to make that comment. While I appreciate the applicant's perspective, I think the idea is holistically, we have to make a system that works for everyone involved.
That is indeed the goal. So, and if you have any ideas on how to do that,
Vice Chair
let us know.
Condon.
Thank you. Just to follow on to that, as a council member, now into my second term, I appreciate this effort, and I think we resemble the public who's coming in to these discussions. And I have to say that I didn't think the lettering of the exhibits made any sense. And after 4 years, I still couldn't say, and I'm passionate about organizational expertise, and I'm not sure I could have said, oh yeah, I always have to look at this, this, and this as exhibits. Now it will be very, very clear. And so I appreciate the clarity that you put into this along the way. And I think it's very, very focused, not to make it harder on the applicant, but certainly to make it easier on people coming into the process.
Secretary Cornett.
Thank you, Chair Howe. Yeah, and just kind of put a little bit of a not different spin on it, but, we have the exhibit requirements and then the standards, and they're separated, and that has caused problems for a long time. I think it's caused problems because those things are disconnected. ultimately we have to connect those dots. I mean, sometimes applicants do a great job of doing that. Sometimes they don't make that effort, it just kind of depends. But because those are separated, that's the paradigm right now. And I think the big thing for some people who are used to this exhibit letter associates with this thing, it's paradigm shift. And I think can just be difficult for people who have done things in a certain way and understand things in a certain way. But the problem with this current paradigm is, again, they're disconnected. So people aren't necessarily looking at, here's the application requirements, and here's what it's really intending to meet, and that's separated and I think complicated, and sometimes we don't get the right information to connect to the standard. I think the public gets confused. It requires a lot of effort on our part to connect those things together. And I think over time, these have really shot into sort of onto different trajectories. So do the application requirements truly connect to the standard? Some do, and some do very well. Others do not. And these are the things that Tom has highlighted. So this is really to shift or really to create a different paradigm and get people to think, again, it's really the standard that is important. You, the applicant, have to meet the standard. You, the public, have to be focused on, does the applicant meet the standard? We and the council all have to be thinking along those lines. And those application requirements should be as good as possible connected to those standards. That's really what we're trying to do. But it is, in recognition, you change things up and sometimes it's uncomfortable for people. And, I don't think we don't want to be dismissive of that. We absolutely understand that and we want to be thoughtful about that and not make people's lives difficult. But I think once we move forward on this, that'll be forgotten very quickly. And I think that new trajectory with those standards and those application requirements connected should result in a lot better clarity. And, as we get into the phase 3, we will be able to align these much better in those rulemakings.
Mr. Chair,
Counselor Devlin.
Mr. Chair, I concur with the comments of the council secretary and the other councilors, and in an effort to get you close to being back on schedule, I would like to move, Mr. Chair, I move that the council adopt the proposed application process phase 2 rules as presented in the staff report.
Okay, we've got a motion.
Well, we have to go over the public comments first. I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Okay.
So I think we're sort of all on the same page here. And just to be crystal clear, because this was something that's come up and actually staff sort of made a last minute comment as well, which we'll go over. But just as a point of clarity, there's nothing stopping, and likely this will continue to happen, that staff will, to determine that the protected areas exhibit or standard has been met, may look at Exhibit T, which is, under the recreation exhibit, because there might be some information in Exhibit T that's relevant to the protected area standard. So this is not the end game. This is sort of the halfway point. But by doing it this way, we're going to make our future rulemakings much, much more manageable, and I would say manageable at all. Because if we try to do this all at once, it would have probably just been a nightmare. So, all right, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And then the other thing we've done is just gotten rid of the exhibit letters. Because why have exhibit letters? If the information is just tied to a standard, you should just call it that. And then you don't have to wonder. You don't need we're not going to need a chart to say, well, it used to be A and now it's this, because it'll just be this. It'll be very obvious. So, any questions about this? Because there's going to be a comment here in a second. We'll get to it. All right, go ahead and go to the next one. So we received a handful of public comments. Oh, sorry, there's a question.
Counselor Byer.
Thank you, Chair Howe. Just a quick question. We had some orphan informational requirements like location and those kinds of things.
Yes.
Do they still live as exhibits? I mean, we're
So,
not
yeah.
going to do away with them.
They currently live in Division 21, which still exists and still has a rule that describes what's in the application.
Okay.
And it used to have all the exhibits, and now it says please submit all this stuff that's now in 22, but also the following, which isn't tied to a specific standard.
It's not lost.
No, it's not lost. We have not deleted any information requirements. So yeah, again, the binder that you submitted before, it's going to be the same. Maybe going forward, when we look at these standards and we say, well, we asked for this, but we never use it. So maybe we shouldn't ask for this. So we might, change it at that point. But at least for at this particular time, no, everything is still there. That's a good point of clarification. So we had a public hearing. The only person who spoke was Irene Gilbert. She talked about the contested case process, which sort of wasn't on point. So nothing really to say there related to this rulemaking. We received several written comments, one from Renewable Northwest, who had a request to be able to cross-reference prior approved applications, which isn't really related to this rulemaking. But they sort of brought it up under the guise of wanting to make it clear that they could refer to within an application, but the rules already explicitly say you can do that, as they note. And actually staff is trying to get away from what they're suggesting. We're actually going in the other direction. We don't want people to just reference other stuff, because that, again, makes it harder for a member of the public to say, well, okay, now I got to go track this other thing. Where the heck is this other document? So if there's information that's relevant, and you don't want to have to repeat your work, you can just copy and paste it in the new application. But then someone doesn't have to go track another document down, including staff or the council. So staff's recommendation is definitely not allow references to other documents. Obviously, if it's another exhibit, if it's part of that application, go ahead, great. But if it's not part of that application, then we want you to submit it again. They also had a request to make all of the exhibit titles explicit, but staff feels that while it'd be a bit of a learning curve, it's pretty clear. The exhibits are just standard exhibit. That we don't need to really be any more explicit than that. There were concerns about the rollout of the rules, but I feel like pretty successfully, we've already sort of had folks who are in the process right now reach out to us, and we've been, working with them. And, since we're not really changing anything fundamentally, it's been relatively straightforward to sort of iron out the wrinkles. Any thoughts or concerns about the comments that were raised?
Councilor Byer.
Thank you. Did you get any comments from the public saying, gee, this will be so helpful, or?
Yeah, we got one, but it was somebody submitted a comment through the comment portal. I noted this in the report, but I didn't include it in the slides, but they didn't attach a name, but they said that they appreciated what we were doing and they thought this was a good change.
And then the other
I don't think,
observation.
could have been my mom, who knows?
The other observation is just the screenshot you had with the standards with the old exhibit numbers. Give that to everybody. I mean, that's clear. That just kind of shows you where things nest. So great job. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead and go next slide. So Renewable Northwest had one other concern, which was the removal of the phrase unless directed by the department that the information does not apply in reference to Rule 130 in Division 22, which describes the information that must be submitted to assist the council in determining compliance with all applicable state and local laws. So they were concerned that the council wouldn't be able, or the department wouldn't be able to identify information that wouldn't need to be submitted. But the rules already state that essentially the project order determines what is required. So if it's not in the project order, they don't have to submit it. And so if certain information wasn't required and the department identified that, they wouldn't include it in the project order. Which is why we changed the language. We added this language to submit the following as directed by the project order. So it's just very clear where the authority is coming from in terms of what the submission requirements are. Any thoughts about this?
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. And I think this is a good response, but I was struck by the language to assist the council in determining compliance with all state and local laws and regulations, which are, to me, say all state and local regulations when we only speak to FSEC facilities. And so I was wondering if state and local laws and regulations applicable to energy facilities under FSEC jurisdiction submit the following as directed by the project order described in OAR 345.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty straightforward change.
So just to make it clear, that's what we're reviewing. We're not reviewing,
Everything under the sun.
yeah, all state and local, please.
Yeah.
We're not, we are not doing that. And that just stuck out to me as something that
You're not ensuring that the residential setbacks are
Exactly.
being met. Yeah.
Exactly. So I would just recommend that change or something similar. I don't know if that's the language that we absolutely use, but to,
So adding a phrase in there to specify that it's the compliance with the applicable rules that apply to the FSEC process.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Counselor Grail?
I just, to answer your question, and I appreciate Vice Chair Condon's comments. To answer your question, I like that language because as we just spoke about previously, the notion that we get to comment on everything and go back. So I think it helps narrow that scope of what we're reviewing. So I think the language is good.
Anything else on this? All right, go ahead and go to the next slide. We also got comments from Friends of the Columbia Gorge, who had two comments. One was that they were concerned that the monthly sighting report description was not changed after the December council meeting where, I don't know if you recall, but that was where I suggested that we narrow this scope from what we initially pitched to council to just be this sort of reorganization and not look at the specific information requirements themselves, which council agreed to, and that's the result of, and that's what you see here today. And so they just wanted to double check that we weren't trying to be sneaky or whatever, but really it was just, we didn't update the description of the rulemaking in the monthly sighting report. But that's a good reminder that there's a lot of sources of information about what we do and that we need to be consistent across all of those sources. So appreciated the comment, but yes, we're not trying to slip anything through here. This proposed language is what council agreed to in December.
This is Marcy. Thank you. I just have a question for either you, Patrick, Todd. So understanding that obviously we are above board and not trying to do anything of any type of shenanigans, technical term shenanigans. From a formal, what we're held to, I mean, we have our council minutes. We put that report out as in my mind, information, like just, because I'm curious from a legality perspective, if somebody were going to challenge and say, but it didn't say that, like if it wasn't just an honest mistake, how, is that something that would hold up if we did something wrong?
Rulemaking, the important document is what do we say in the notice of proposed rulemaking? If the description isn't in the monthly sighting report isn't consistent with what's in the NOPR, that doesn't concern me, as long as what you're doing is consistent with what's actually in the notice that was provided about the rulemaking.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and if you'll recall, the person who sent me this comment, Nathan Baker from Friends of the Gorge, actually submitted the same comment with respect to the contested case rulemaking, where he argued that our description in the notice of proposed rulemaking didn't match what we were doing in the rulemaking itself. And that was one of the factors that led us to issue a new notice. That's the critical document. So, I mean, obviously we do want to be consistent about how we present what we're doing on the website, on our monthly sighting report, you know, in the staff reports to council. But yeah, the key document is that official document. Go ahead and go to next. Go back. Oh yeah, the other concern was that the draft rules, the few of the exhibit letters are still in there as not being deleted. So in the red line, but yeah, the the version that I will be filing with the state will not have any exhibit letters. So just to be clear on that. And then yeah, next to the information requirements, it says something along the lines of, to demonstrate that the standard outline above has been met, the applicant must submit the following. But, you know, there were some concerns that maybe people would argue, well, I submitted the following, so I've met the standard, but submitting the information is how you assist the council in determining that you've met the standard. It doesn't, you don't, it's not, you're not checking some boxes and then, you know, so you must get the site certificate. Council must approve it. You only approve it if you actually meet the standard, which is determined by council. So we just thought, oh, just throw this little language in here just to make it, so people aren't confused. We got this stuff right below, but that's not the standard. That's just the information that's going to assist the council. So.
Vice Chair Condon.
I'm Cindy Condon for the record. So I like the change. However, because we have a place for all of the other exhibits, it seemed to me that having these exhibits or exhibit documents just listed, they needed a place to land, which I don't know if it's appropriate background information exhibit or miscellaneous relevant information. So that's where that material would be found. So if we could specify that the following, submit the following.
You're talking about this is the stuff you were talking about earlier about the background information stuff that's not necessarily tied to a standard.
Yes.
What do people call that?
Yes. Well, and any other information that.
Sure.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
we're reviewing.
That isn't tied, that isn't in Division 22.
That is not in Division 22.
Yeah. Okay. So add a descriptor of what you would call the information that you're submitting in that, like a background information exhibit or something.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Councilor Imes.
Thank you, Chair. So I know we're just kind of doing some this is more reorganizational right now, and these few items that we've been discussing that are kind of on their own lingering, will they eventually be put into a standard, like with everyone else, like the water, for instance, I noticed was one of them. And that to me would make sense to go under public services, maybe, I don't know, but.
That's a great question. And I think the goal going forward is going to be when we're done with the rulemaking for a given standard, and we're doing them in sort of clusters because, we don't want to have 17 rulemakings, but also some of these, we may end up combining them. You know, we may not need a recreation and a scenic standard. So we're sort of thinking ahead to not just the information requirements, which sort of set the standard, but also, you know, how we actually view the standards in terms of how they're organized, which would then inform sort of the information that's needed. So the end product of each rulemaking, I mean, my goal is that you would be able to then look at that in isolation, so that you wouldn't have to go anywhere else. Whereas maybe right now we're sort of mostly the way there, but you might have to go elsewhere. You know, staff's going to have to look at a few other exhibits. I think the goal is that you would, it'll either be explicit or it'll say submit, you know, it will explicitly reference another exhibit. So you won't have to wonder, is there anything else that I would need to know to, and I don't know if that's achievable, but I think that's going to be our goal going in. And that might result in sort of absorbing some of that stuff that's in that sort of background information section that's still in 21, like water. We might say, oh, well, that's relevant to this standard. We'll pull this over. Is it relevant to anything else? Not really. So then we'll just delete it from here. So that might get moved over as part of those rulemaking efforts.
Councilor Cornett, or Secretary Cornett.
And just to follow up on that, so agree with everything that Tom just said. One of the other options would be, say, for water, there's no standard, but it feeds numerous standards. So, and I think, as he said, will we put the information requirements in particular standards? Will it be kind of its own thing that feeds into standards? I think that's a question that we'll have to answer moving forward. The other thing is, council has broad statutory authority to create standards. So for example, if we move forward and ultimately through these phase 3 rulemakings, we think, hey, maybe we need a water standard. You can create a water standard. I don't know what that would be, but then you would create a new standard for water, and then the information, requirements or the exhibits would be associated with that. I think we would first go through exactly what Tom said to say, hey, we've got these application requirements. Where do they fit within each particular standard?
Right.
But there is an option also to say, maybe we need some different standard. Maybe the way that water is evaluated is not adequate. Maybe we need something different. I don't know that that's the case, but that would also be an option.
Mhm. I'm also just thinking from the layperson, like someone just falling upon this, like I did actually. Being a council member for the town of Lexington is how I became aware of the Energy Facility Siting Council and the process. And so I just think, when someone is confronted with a project and wants to provide comment and being able to research that's the whole point of this, right? To make it more friendly for everyone. And water's just kind of over here
Hanging
by
out.
itself. And I'm like, I actually had comments about water as someone that was new to the process. So, just being friendly, accessible, right? We keep using that word. So it sounds like we'll get there though, down the road.
Yeah, either we'll decide that that stuff related to water is relevant to an existing standard and it will sort of pull into there. Or as Secretary Cornett said, the outcome of sort of going through all the standards will be identifying this really needs its own standard for a variety of reasons.
Right. Thank you.
Can I make just one observation about the language that's on the screen now, and council can decide whether they agree with me or not. I would replace the word "that" with "whether." So where it says to assist council in determining that the standard has been met. It seemed that to me suggests, well, you're going to reach a conclusion that it has been met. I think it'd be more appropriate to say to assist council in determining whether the standard outlined has been met. If you agree, then you could provide Tom that direction.
See heads nod. Good comment.
Mr. Chair.
Secretary
So
Cornett.
I have also been including all of these potential updates as well. So I've got that on the screen, but I also just made that change, and I've got the applicable one and then kind of the background information exhibit. Maybe not exact language, but I've got the intent down.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So I just
Correct.
was over here mumbling about Patrick. As I listen to all of us talk, and I just want to say, because I've been here for a really long time now, the ability for our council to talk and everybody's looking at different things, that this is just another example. And then we have our legal counsel who just very simple word choice. It's like, brilliant. So I don't know that we acknowledge you enough and the guidance that you provide. And I appreciate it because as soon as you said, I was like, that makes perfect sense. So really appreciate the discussions and the way that we present things. And I say it often, I hope that the public realizes how seriously we take our responsibilities, and with the guidance of staff and Todd, I think we've come up with some really sound decisions that benefit our intent. So just wanted to state that.
Thanks. Those are great comments. Secretary Cornett.
This is more specific to the actual language change, but I appreciate that comment. This is just a reminder. So a complete application does not necessarily mean a sufficient application. So somebody can be complete and could get denied because they don't, have enough evidence to show that they meet, one or all of the standards. That's really what this is kind of about. So this is, evidence in the record, for staff and council to evaluate, to determine whether a standard is met. But I think that's a good comment, because just because you submit all of the stuff that's required in an application or the application portion doesn't mean there's enough evidence, to meet the standard. Presumably, that's what everybody's working for. But again, one does not necessarily equal the other. So I think good change.
Vice Chair Condon?
Just a question before we go on with the process. I didn't specify the language for background information. Can we leave it as that there is a background information exhibit that is the place where the information and that language, the specific language can come after this meeting? We don't have to have the specific language read into the
I
record.
mean, I think I would just say, it currently says, please submit the following information. And I would maybe put something like
And then
in an exhibit called the background information exhibit.
And I do have that language in
Yeah.
here, but I'm not sure if there needs to be more wordsmithing to it.
Look to Tom and Patrick in terms of rulemaking, whether or not we need exact language. We certainly understand the intent.
Yes.
So we're very comfortable with moving forward with the direction by council and the intent. But I just want to make sure that that's adequate from a legal sufficiency standpoint in a council action. So again, I've got the kind of the general approach on all of these things, and I'm comfortable with knowing what the council's intent is. We can craft that language, I think, very easily to meet that intent. Again, the question still in my mind is, is that adequate enough? The council moves forward with an action to approve this, or do we need definitive language?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion just based on the discussion, and I just want to make sure that's adequate to move forward.
I mean, I think the changes that we have are pretty simple, that you could repeat them. My preference would be that we be specific. If we had a ton, then we could say something like as discussed, but I think there's only a few that it would be easy enough to repeat them.
Okay.
So you can make the motion, and then Secretary Cornett can indicate the specific changes that you're authorizing.
Except I don't have the specific language. I've got the general language.
Oh, I see.
That's,
Yeah,
that
so I've
is
got
my question.
I've got the intent, but I don't have, and I think a couple of them have the specific language. So either we could take a break and craft that language so we can put it on the screen so everybody can see it, or we can put a hold on this agenda item, go to the public comment period, and during that public comment period, Tom can draft that language so that we can bring it up on screen so everybody can see it.
That would be my preference. And just because we've been sued over rulemaking before, right? And I don't want someone to come back and say, staff, the language that you crafted was not consistent with what council discussed.
Yep.
It would be better to be specific.
I do have language to offer if it's a time.
I mean, if we have language, I think it would probably be best to put it up on the screen. Because if it's one thing, it could be easily read, but if it's multiple things, I think it'd be easier to put it up on the screen so everybody can see it, so that then everybody knows what the motion actually includes.
So we'll come back to it.
Okay.
When we have it to put on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, so I guess we're going to table this for a second.
Yeah.
And do you, we can go to the information or the,
Yeah, the next agenda item is a public comment
Public comment,
period.
okay,
So,
sure.
15.
Yeah, I'll tackle
minutes
that
or
right
so,
now,
so
yeah.
if we can then get all that language and give it to Nancy, so we can kind of show the existing proposed and, the proposed amended to
yeah,
that.
okay.
Okay, so we'll move to the next item and come back to this topic. Right now, it's the public comment period, an information item. This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that's not otherwise closed for comment. We don't have any items closed for comment right now, do we?
I don't think anything recently closed. I mean, there are things that have been closed for a while,
Yeah.
but I don't think anything of note.
Okay, so in the agenda, we've set the amount of time for individual commenters at 7 minutes. How many comment cards, raised hands on the webinar and phone do we have, Nancy?
There is no one in the room that would like to comment, but at this point, there is one hand raised.
Okay, it sounds like we're okay without setting a time limit less than 7 minutes. So could we have that person give their comment?
Mr. Joe,
Alex
I have
Joe,
unmuted your mic.
address 2390 Fruit Ridge Road, Suite 368, Sacramento, California, 95822.
I didn't get your name again, please.
Alex Joe, Joe.
Okay.
I'm calling in just to follow the process that you're conducting right now related to the division movements and consolidation of some of the rulemaking procedures to simply ask a question mostly related to time. And I guess my question is whether all of this development of keener awareness of how projects are evaluated relates to time, and if you could elaborate or someone elaborate on the end product, which according to the question is whether time is relevant, and how does this movement of items from one division to the next and the other tweaks relate to project approvals? Question.
This public comment period is for you to give us comment, and we're not prepared to answer questions at this point.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
okay. Secretary
that.
Cornett, maybe you do have some answers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends upon the comment or the question. If council is comfortable, I feel comfortable responding to the question,
Yeah.
but
We're
that's
comfortable.
certainly only council is okay. So thank you, Mr. Joe. So nothing specific or direct in terms of timeliness, but one of the things that we've consistently seen is when applications are submitted, they're incomplete. There's missing information. And some of that, I think, relates to the fact that our Division 21 application requirements are separated from the Division 22 standards, not only by division, but some sort of content, and substance. So by moving these things together, we believe there at least is an opportunity to shorten the completeness review. If applicants have a better understanding of what the standards are and the application materials more directly relate to those standards, we believe there is a likelihood that projects will either get through completeness faster because it'll be clear and more understandable. And then similarly, that public comments that we get may be more targeted and connected again to council standards and not necessarily the application requirements. So the clearer that we can make this, it'll shorten our time of connecting the dots by staff. It should make it easier for applicants and make it easier for the public. That all theoretically can shorten the timeline, not by, a year or 6 months, but, if we can, make some incremental improvements, at varying steps, we believe that we can be more efficient in the review without losing any of the substantive evaluation or opportunities for the public to participate and communicate as well. So again, it's not necessarily an absolute or a direct, but I think there is some hopeful possibilities that we can shorten some of the timeframes just by being more efficient with the way that the rules are written.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. The other element is whether we move into another comment period after this and then return for more evaluation or acceptance.
Yeah, again, this is Todd Cornett. It depends upon the council. My understanding is that's not likely to be the case. These are fairly minor changes, non-substantive changes, just clarification. And so certainly the council could, reissue a notice and get more public comment. But at least from staff's recommendation, it would be to make the changes that the council has indicated. And then the council would have the opportunity to approve those today if they so choose. Could also reject or modify even more so. But that really will be up to council.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Cornett. And then I'm also just interested in seeing what this language looks like as it's posted in the next 10, 15 minutes. That's the end
Great.
of my comment. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Joe.
You're welcome.
So Nancy, is there anyone else on phone or webinar?
At this time, there are no other hands raised. Let me just remind everybody online how to raise your hand. If you're on the webinar, at the bottom right of the main window is a set of icons. Just click on that participant, and at the bottom of the participant window is a hand icon. If you click on that, that will raise your hand, and you're going to click it again to lower it when you're finished speaking. If you're on the phone, you're going to press *3 on your keypad to raise your hand, and then *3 again on your telephone keypad to lower your hand.
We'll give folks a few seconds here to see if there is anyone that wants to participate in public comment.
There are still no hands raised at this time.
Okay, we'll close the public comment period and move back to the application process, phase 2 rulemaking. Mr. Jackman, how you doing?
Two ready to go. As long as we're all comfortable with the switching back to other, and we can just put it on the screen. We already
Yeah.
looked at it. Okay, and I will send that to. Yes.
Yes, goes back.
Oh, you got it? Okay. Oh. What was the public? Oh, she's bringing up the proposed language for the agenda item C. There we go. You can shrink the ribbon at the top so there's a little more. Whatever, it's okay. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So we have the first suggestion was adding the text in red there to the proposed language, which is in black, to to assist council determining compliance with all state and local laws and regulations applicable to FSEC and the citing process. Submit the following as directed by the project order described in OAR 345. Okay, I'm seeing some nods. And then the second suggestion would be to add some language to Rule 10, where we've sort of left the exhibits that weren't tied to a specific standard where they were and sort of grouped them all together, but they weren't called anything. And I could see how that would lead to some confusion. So the suggestion was made to add some language to describe that. And it now says, or I'm proposing that we say, the applicant must submit in an exhibit called background information exhibit, the following background information, so that people know what, we took away their exhibit letters, what they're going to call that stuff now.
Vice Chair Condon.
Just a suggestion that the second background maybe could be removed. Not sure what background really means, but the following information about the project.
Sure.
To assist, just to, it's kind of redundant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good observation.
And then,
Secretary Cornett.
and then the third, just to make sure that it's
Oh.
clear, so we don't have it on the screen, is it would be to assist council in determining whether the standard outlined.
Yeah. ...
So as it was previously on the screen.
Right.
Yeah, and some language to that effect is in each of the standards, except the wildfire, which is its own unique, having been done recently and sort of in a new format, didn't require any adjusting, so.
So we don't have the question.
Counselor Byer.
Thank you. This is Ann Byer. For wildfire, we'll get a briefing later today on the use of potential templates. Would that be referenced under the wildfire standard? Not as part of this rulemaking, because we aren't going to make big substantive changes, but directing applicants and the public to those templates if those are used pretty regularly.
There's nothing that prevents us, I mean, you sort of have the laws and you have the regulations. There's nothing preventing us from sort of having a policy of saying, you know, here's the information you need to submit according to this rule, please, you know, here's a template to help you do that. But we don't have to input that in a rule. We can just tell people, you know, to help you out, to help us out, you know, please submit the information in the following manner.
Is there a benefit to referencing it in the rule when it's not required?
Yeah, I would say that we probably wouldn't want to make that a requirement. We want to give, you know, it's the burden of proof of the applicant to show, you know, that they meet the standard.
Yeah.
So I think it's helpful if, you know, we have some consistency and we can create templates in some areas, you know, and they can choose to use those. And if they do, you know, we have knowledge and understanding, but I don't think we should preclude them from doing something different because the circumstances may justify them doing something different. Or they may have some background where they have a different, you know, approach that still may be legally sufficient.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that we should be including, you know, the mandatory, you have to do things in this particular way. It's really the
Tool, but
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be referenced in the
Yep.
rule.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there's are there any other comments or questions about these two? Okay, then I think we're ready to have a motion. If somebody would like to do one.
Counselor Devlin, you earlier were ready. Are you still?
Yes, I think so. No, I actually just lost it. I don't know why, but I did.
I think the vice chair is ready, so we'll let Ms. Condon do that.
I'll attend. Mr. Chair, I move that council adopt the application process phase 2 rules presented in the staff report with the following changes as discussed here and read by the secretary.
Second.
Tom read two of them, Secretary Cornett.
Well,
Why don't you just say with the three changes as discussed by Stan?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Just trying to be specific.
Let me repeat that. Mr. Chair, I move that the council adopt the application process phase 2 rules presented in the staff report with the following changes, 3 changes as presented by Tom Jackman and discussed by council.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you, Councilor Devlin. We have a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
John, team.
yeah, Mr. Jackman. Okay, so we're ready to move on to the next item, exemption rulemaking initiation. This is an action item, and Tom Jackman, Rules Coordinator, will continue.
All right, I'll try to keep us on pace here. So, as previously discussed, we have 2 agenda items for rulemaking initiations. The first one here, calling the exemptions rulemaking, and go ahead and go to the next slide, Nancy. And again, we're at the beginning of the process here. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So just as a way of background, in ORS 469-320, it details that certain energy facilities that might otherwise be under require an FSEC site certificate are specifically exempt from obtaining one. Should they wish to claim in such an exemption, they're required to submit an exemption request subject to council's review and approval. So some of those include natural gas pipelines or underground storage, energy facilities below 50 megawatts, unless it's coal and nuclear, in which case you still need one. Although it's hard to get those for other reasons, but energy facility, if the plant produces a secondary fuel used on site, if it meets certain requirements and consumes biomass, requires no new transmission lines, produces synthetic fuel, and so on. And there was one recent legislative change that for standby generators, I don't know if you recall this, but and we actually had a quick rulemaking on this, to meet the legislative change. You're exempt from needing a site certificate for a standby generator that is electrically capable of connecting to the grid, but you do not need you do not need to submit an exemption request. But you still need to for all the others. So the question, this isn't something that we do a lot, and the rules it's just one of those things that we thought we could make these rules better. There's some areas we can improve, and frankly, this isn't like super hot priority, but as you're gonna, spoiler alert, we're gonna suggest that we don't do a rulemaking advisory committee for this one. And so we sort of identified that we're in the legislative session. Is there some stuff that I can work on internally that we can sort of move forward, get off our list of things that we want to get done, but not tie up people who are going to tell me no, they don't want to be on a rulemaking advisory committee because they are too busy doing legislative stuff. So that's why this is in front of you right now today. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So the scope of this is pretty straightforward. And obviously we'll look at everything that's in the exemption rules, but that would include primarily, whether council may impose conditions on an exemption. Okay, you get one, but, it has to, meet certain criteria. That might include monitoring requirements, right? Because how do we know, you built something that was 49.9 megawatts, right? So you're under the 50, but someone sneezes and now you're 51, because you switch plant operators. They didn't even realize they couldn't run it a little bit overclocked or whatever. How do we know that you're still meeting the exemption requirements? So this sort of stuff just isn't in the rules right now. And then if you do, exceed certain criteria or change the facility such that it would no longer qualify for an exemption, what does that process look like? Again, the rules are silent. So, yeah. Any questions about the scope or suggestions about anything else we should look at after?
Mr. Chairman,
Counselor Devlin?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted a clarification, more of a background on this 50 megawatt exemption, let's say for solar, and I come in at 45. And let's say I get the exemption. Then 2 years later, across the street, I decide that I want to do another 45. I come in for another exemption. What would be the action by the council then to theoretically approve the other exemption or to treat the facility as a larger facility that would need full approval?
Good question.
I'm going to give that one over to our secretary.
Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a difficult question, not the answer, but just the circumstances, the particular example. So I might make it a little bit different. So for, the issue here is, a lot of these exemptions were just barely under kind of that threshold for meeting that. And because there's no follow-up, have they changed over time? We don't know. And so that would lose the exemption. They would basically no longer be eligible for that exemption and they'd have to come in for a site certificate. If somebody was splitting up a facility and doing it over time, it kind of depends on the circumstances. So for a solar facility, should they qualify? I don't even remember if a solar facility could qualify for an exemption or not, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say that they do. Council has already created rules related to when multiple solar projects that are less than FSEC jurisdiction actually can be evaluated and determined to be a single solar facility that is subject to FSEC jurisdiction. So specifically for solar, we already have rules related to that. For other types of facilities, we don't. So we would then have to look at the circumstances. Is it functionally one facility? Did they arbitrarily split it to avoid FSEC jurisdiction or to qualify for an exemption? We would have to look at the circumstances. Just because it's the same owner and like two individual facilities are in proximity doesn't necessarily mean they're functionally one. We would have to look at a whole host of circumstances to make that determination, to determine if it is indeed a single facility. But again, we have specific rules related to that for solar already.
Additional clarification.
Counselor Devlin.
If a facility is exempt, then it's still subject to any local or state regulations that would be applicable, even though it would not be under FSEC's jurisdiction. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know if all of them, if not all of them, then most of them. So in statute, it's referred to as an exception. In rule, it's referred to as an exemption. Little contradiction or complication there. But really it's the statutes that provide, which types of facilities are subject to or, available for an exception or an exemption. So, sorry, now I forgot the question. Oh, yes, yeah, yep. And so in the statute for all of those ones, they typically will say that, in order for FSEC to approve it, they have to have local government approval. That would be land use, and DEQ, at least having submitted an application to DEQ for any Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act requirements. So they would still have to meet those. Just because they're exempt from FSEC doesn't mean they're exempt from anything else. So they still would have to meet all other applicable requirements, and the typical ones are DEQ and local land use.
Thank you.
Counselor Byer.
Thank you, and thanks for digging into this. I don't think we've dealt with this very often. So my question is kind of what are the goals of this particular rulemaking? I mean, the last one was easy, clarification, simplification, but just from the questions around the table, it seems like better linkages to our other requirements. And I think the key on the monitoring and reporting is probably pretty critical. But helping us better understand if it's exempt from our process, where does it land? What other provisions are in place? And are all of these exemptions driven by statute? It
Yes.
sounds like it. So that would be the other question. Are there statutory changes that we think would be necessary in the future? You know, we certainly have the one about the standby generators, so that's a great example where it's been one way, but would it ever go the other way to not grant exceptions to certain facilities? So that was just a brain dump. I'm sorry that that's very clear, but being able to clearly articulate why we're doing this particular rulemaking would be helpful. And you've done such a good job in the other situations. And this seems like a little bit more of
More
a
vague?
multi-purpose. let's
Sure.
say.
Well, this is sort of more comprehensive, unlike this, we're not going to piecemeal this. So we're going to look at everything top to bottom that's related to the exemption rules and ask ourselves, you know, do we need this? Do we need this? And then are we missing something? Does this make sense? Because the statute's clear that, you know, if you meet these criteria, you know, and you ask, you know, and council agrees that you don't need a site certificate, but it sort of leaves open, well, you know, what does that mean? What does that look like? How do we enforce that? You know, what does the process of losing that look like? Yeah, so, and the rules currently don't address those questions either. So to the extent you know, when we come back and we sort of propose, after we've gone through some more analysis, and we talk about potentially doing a notice for public comment, you know, council at that time can say, you know, you can chime in your 2 cents if you feel like there's areas we haven't addressed, and get in front of the public comments, so to speak, and give us some additional things to look at.
Great guidance. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. So we were, as detailed in the staff report, we're proposing and requesting that council authorize us to initiate a rulemaking with a sort of a focused work group instead of a traditional rulemaking advisory committee, which, you know, rulemaking advisory committee sort of contemplates getting a broad cross-section of potentially affected stakeholders. And the universe of potential stakeholders in this case is very small. And it doesn't make sense to sort of reach out to people who aren't going to really care about this. Only few potential operators would ever even seek to do an exemption. And so, you know, sort of a focused work group where we maybe brainstorm some ideas and we reach out to those folks and say, what do you think? And they let us know what we think. Regardless, we still have to go before the public, present these, and anybody at that time, you know, who would have potentially been on a rack can of course make comments if they could care regarding proposed rule language.
Councilor Guerrero.
And I would just like to emphasize your last sentence because in my personal world and professionally, I make presumptions and assumptions. Oh, nobody's going to quote care about this. And that is the person that ends up roadblocking whatever I'm trying to accomplish. So I would just like to emphasize that, and not to put words in your mouth, that you are based off of experience and history and what we traditionally see. You're going to reach out to a population of organizations, individuals, whatever, but that does not preclude people from still, you know, contacting you wanting to participate. Is that accurate?
Yeah, if anybody has any, you know, thoughts or strong feelings about this, you know, they're more than welcome to send me an email, or I could set up a phone call. Certainly, this is we call it the informal rulemaking portion. So there aren't really that many rules that delineate how we come up with the draft language per se. The big fat book of rules really starts with providing notice to the public, making sure your descriptions are adequate, Nathan Baker, and of what that rulemaking is, and so that people have proper notice and opportunity to provide any relevant comments. But the way that that draft language gets developed is sort of left more, it's more freedom in that.
And thank you for that clarification. I understand. I just want the world, the public to understand that we are not dissuading anybody's
Oh, yeah.
involvement.
Sure.
Because history says that we have allegedly done such. So I'm just verbally making the statement. So I feel better and hopefully the public does too.
I think with all of our rulemakings, I think the presumption, this is not a legal requirement. The presumption is, and I think we take this presumption is, let's start with the idea of a rulemaking advisory committee. So we don't justify why we need a rulemaking advisory committee. We justify why we don't need one. So I think we start with just about every rulemaking, probably is going to need one because of all the interest in our rulemakings. I think some subset of rulemakings, I think we can think about it and articulate and justify why we don't need one. And I think this is a good example of one. But there's still, and this is also not a legal requirement where there's a public hearing in front of council. That's also something that we will, almost always do. So there will be a public comment period. There will be a public hearing in front of council. People can testify directly in front of council on this. And, we will have a rulemaking page. It'll be on our monthly citing report. I know everybody doesn't get our monthly citing report, but we will have that in there. So if anybody's interested, there are ways to kind of track and see, this rulemaking or others, and certainly totally agree with you. If people are interested, and we didn't identify some of those interests and they want to provide information prior to council directing us to file with the Secretary of State and initiate a public comment period and a public hearing in front of council, they absolutely are welcome to do so. Thank you.
Yeah, and even if we do have a rulemaking advisory committee, each of those racks is considered a public meeting and we are required to have a public comment opportunity even outside of the rack, universe. So yeah, it's definitely appropriate for people to reach out and if they have, feelings, just because we didn't have a rack, they're not precluded from doing so.
Vice Chair Condon.
Quick question. I think rulemaking advisory committee members are made public. There's transparency. Is the same true with the focused work group?
That is a great question. And I will say, that's something that I need to think about, but I would maybe err on the side of making that sort of stuff public. Just as a way of background, the governor recently sent a letter to all the agencies and said basically that she wants us to be, she gives a list of stuff, you need to do this, and it's all regarding transparency with respect to rulemaking, because it's difficult. We have all these different agencies, they have different sort of programs, but her agenda, and I think it's a good one, is to sort of unify how we present that to the world so that people who participate in this process aren't like, if you're familiar with one, you should sort of be familiar with how to, where to find draft language, where to learn about rulemaking and that sort of thing. And one of the requirements is to make public, rack comments, written comments that are submitted. I haven't made those public previously, but I will be doing so now because we've been directed to by the governor. So I don't see why I wouldn't. Then also, if somebody submitted written comments, because I asked them to, why wouldn't also make those public? Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, and I just think it's important because we're talking about exemptions and people are curious about, well, what's driving those exemptions or who is driving it? So to me, I would encourage us to be as public as transparent.
I will say, we have no say in what, whether the criteria are met, yes, but not what could qualify for an exemption.
Right.
And this rulemaking can't, change that either.
It's just who's behind the curtain, providing information, I guess. And I think,
And I think I would anticipate us doing this anyway, but I think just with your question, we absolutely will do this is when we come back and say, hey, we're ready to initiate formal rulemaking. Here's our draft language. In that staff report, we would say, hey, these are all the organizations that we reached out to, and then here are the ones who provided comments, and here are their comments. So I think that would be a reasonable thing to include in that staff report.
Yeah, that's probably one of the reasons why I don't post it on the website, because we do summarize, and in some cases include the totality of comments made during,
Yeah.
by the RAC, especially to the extent we disagree with the RAC. Certain, RAC members' suggestions, so. But we will also be posting those on the website now.
Thanks.
Councilor Byer.
Yeah, as I reflect on this, I think the word exemption just will bring in a group of interested people who we may not have thought about.
Sure.
And so making sure that everybody knows this is what the statute says. This does not mean that other laws are out of the, there still may be a local process or state requirements. And then when we're asking for more information like the monitoring, this is why we're asking for that additional information. Because I think when you go down the exemption path, which has been there forever, we haven't dealt with it that much. So people may think that we're
Coming up with something new, yeah.
Yes. So being clear that, no, this is the statute. We're just trying to, as an administrative agency, do the interpretive thing, make the intent clearer. So I think it's the word that gets,
People excited.
Yes, thank you.
And it doesn't convey actually what it means.
No.
And so it's a little confusing.
Yeah.
So, but as part of that, we'll also provide all the background. So the history of exemptions, the universe of exemptions that the council has approved in the past, what the status of those, as we know it now, we'll have all of that. And we've done that. It's probably been like 8 years ago, but we did a full evaluation, even to seek, do they still exist? Were they ever built? Do they still exist? So we may need to do some of that work again, but we did that a while ago.
So we have that,
Yeah.
sort of administrative history as opposed to the legislative history.
It's starting to get a little, sweating bullets over here. So any other thoughts or questions about this? Okay. Next slide. Turn it over to you.
Comments, questions? Ready to move to the, what? Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion. Mr. Chair, I move that the council initiate informal proceedings on the modernization rulemaking.
Exemption.
Exemption rulemaking with the scope and objectives recommended in the staff report.
Councilor Grail?
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin,
Aye.
Kent Howe,
Aye.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next rulemaking is modernization initiation, and Tom Jackson, Rules Coordinator, will lead this one.
I'm smelling my turkey sandwich, but I think I could be really fast, Patrick. But I leave it to the council. Time me. Yeah.
Yeah. The floor is yours.
Okay. All right. Let's move ahead. This is the third, we're at the beginning. I'm not going to repeat myself again. There's another initiation. Again, so this was another rulemaking. We identified, hey, this is a pretty, this is literally sort of, we call it the housekeeping rulemaking, where we want to just look at different items, go through the rules and say, are there some little things that are not significant? They're not going to really rock anybody, the boat, but they don't justify their own rulemaking. So, sort of for the same reasons that we're doing the exemption one right now. Go ahead and go to the next slide. We'll talk about that a little bit, the details of what the scope might be. So some various options and things we're thinking about doing is looking at like how you submit things. There's some hard copy submission requirements that are currently sprinkled throughout the rules. It's 2025. Do we take a second look at some of those and maybe tweak them a little bit? Obviously we have statutory requirements that we can't get away from, but the statutes, sometimes they say like make available. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean we have to have something already printed, or can someone let us know, hey, we're gonna come by, then we print it? Like, so we don't need to just print everything all the time to meet the statutory requirement. So just, looking at that sort of stuff, taking a look at notice requirements, and specifically something that DOD has asked us to do, we thought it made sense to do this here, is sort of formalizing a already existing practice of reaching out to DOD and involving them in our process and letting them know that projects exist and what they look like. They, potentially requiring, maybe this is probably the most specific one, but not, I mean, again, it's not really anything that we're not already wanting or doing, to require applicants to submit geographic information system data with their application. This is just really a streamlining of the existing process. And then any other, as we go through and take a look at this stuff, any other mining rulemaking changes that wouldn't merit their own rulemaking, and, if there's anything that you've spotted where you're like, why do we do that? It doesn't make any sense, but it's not substantive, not like necessarily related to the substance of the citing process. Let me know.
Counselor Byer.
Thank you, Chair Howe. On GIS information, that's just this broad catch-all term. Will there be sort of base level information? I know when we were doing the B2H project, some of the data was shown in a geographic sense, but scale was just like, I can't see the road names, right? So as you think this through, think about what criteria there is for GIS data, because some of it's very good and some of it's not so good and not so helpful. So there are probably smart people out there who can help.
Okay.
Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the comment. Yeah, right now, I mean, it's more conceptual than anything. We're going to have to, we won't want to say, the, Esri, shapefile. I mean, it's going to have to be general enough to live into the future, but specific enough to be clear of what we need to get, and we want the point, the polygon, the line information associated with facilities at the time of the notice of intent, at the time that the application is submitted, and then ultimately, once the facility is constructed. We want to have all of that data. And in terms of the maps, the map is a little bit different. So when they submit maps, that's not GIS data. It may be based on GIS data, but it's based upon a PDF that's at a certain scale. And I think that can be difficult for the public because, sometimes that information, can be difficult to look into. It's also why we have the ARESA tool, so that we can take that GIS data, put it on the ARESA tool, and people can then zoom in and zoom out, to a much greater degree. Because ultimately, we're always going to have some limitations on the maps that are submitted as part of the application because, they're analog. They always have to be, a PDF at a certain scale that's created. But again, we have these other tools that we can use, which are not necessarily, again, those application materials are going to be valuable for us and others, but sort of that, kind of analog concept of a paper, there's still going to be the digital version of that,
It's literally the opposite of the first one where we're saying, we used to ask for this, but it doesn't make any sense anymore. But we don't ask for this, and maybe it would make sense to ask for this sort of stuff. So, but yeah, thinking about how we phrase it, in 10 years, maybe it's, holograms or something, who knows? But yeah, we'll try to be as forward thinking as possible without.
It's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
It's useful.
Yeah. Any other questions on this?
Counselor Ryan.
Thank you, Katie Imes. Would this also include new resources for data? I mean, this is, so when I look at this list of the scope, they're all kind of random things.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if this includes language about, or consideration anyway, about where we're asking for data resources and where we're, where we do get specific about it. Because there's been some instances where we've looked at data And then public comment comes in and they're referring to another resource of data. And then we say, well, we're not looking at that data.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, unfortunately, there's nothing to preclude, like if an applicant submits something that's based on sort of like the most recently available, information about the range of the, gray squirrel, and then someone else submits other data because their county did something and they also mapped it out. We can't preclude people from using, sort of potentially conflicting data sets. Council has to sort of make a determination like what the applicant submitted is sufficient, because this is a trusted data source or it's relatively recent. But again, that doesn't prevent someone else from submitting other data that may also meet that criteria, because there could be two data sources that council would be okay with. And does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm gonna I think the answer to your question is more, that's phase 3 rulemaking. Because then you're
That's what-
getting the phase 3 rulemaking,
Oh.
because that's really getting into more specifically the standards and the application requirements associated with standards. I think that's where we're going to get into those sort of data, do we establish very specific or generalized data requirements of what they have to submit? It wouldn't be a part of this rulemaking, but it would be when we're looking at, protected areas or the Fish and Wildlife Standard. That's where we would really dig into those, because across the board, there are tremendous numbers of different data sets for all of these
Right.
resources. And I think once we're specifically in, either a standard or a subset of standards, that's where we would evaluate those questions. I think this one's more procedural than anything and not substantive.
Although there can be some overlap there. We'll definitely be sensitive to that, especially because I'm about to suggest that we don't have a rulemaking advisory committee for this as well, which is going to make us err on the side of not making substantive changes, right?
Well, and then you be specific about GIS though.
Yeah, that's why I called that one out, is maybe sort of borderline, but not really justifying its own, because this isn't really tied necessarily to a specific standard. It's sort of across standards. So, to the extent that certain information is relevant, geographic information, to a standard, whatever standard that might be, please submit it in the following, way or whatever. I haven't thought about this too deeply, but the intent is this is not tied to a specific standard and the information requirements for that standard, like what Secretary Cornett's suggesting. When we do look at these standards, we might get into the weeds a little more and say, okay, well, we want this type of data, for this, because it's the most relevant for this standard.
Mhm. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, next slide. So, for this one, we're just, this is sort of, again, housekeeping stuff. I mean, of course, who's, hearing this presentation today or who read the staff report, is welcome to reach out to me. And I hope they do if they have any suggestions or ideas about this. But this is something we felt we could just do internally, have discussions amongst the siting staff and pitch something to council and the public and, just go from there. All right, for the sake of Patrick and his need to eat lunch, I think we should move on.
Mr.
I'm
Chair,
also,
Counselor Devlin.
are you ready for a motion?
Yes, I think we are.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council initiate informal proceedings on the modernization rulemaking with the scope and objectives recommended within the staff report.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion
This is Councilmember Grail.
by Counselor Devlin, and seconded by Grail. And Mr. Secretary, could you please?
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Aye.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, we've just about caught up on our schedule. It looks like let's take a 15-minute break to grab a working lunch, and we'll return at 12:05.
Great.
12:06. And I would like to call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item.
Oops.
It's an information item, wildfire mitigation plan templates. You have Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst, is going to present the draft construction and operational wildfire mitigation plan template.
Al, can you make sure that I'm back in
So Ms. Tardyweather, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. For the record, Kellen Tardyweather, give me 1 second while I share my screen here. Oh. Yeah, it has me as in two meetings here. Oh, there it goes. Okay, all right, I got it. Hmm. One second, it's really thinking about this. All right. Am I on? Okay, it is on. Okay, except it looks like there might be a little bit of a delay because this should be in full screen. I'm showing a full screen on mine, but that's still in the notes part. Pardon the delay for our technical difficulties here. Hmm. Hmm. This, here's you, and then here, and then that one. Please stop sharing.
Let's do that.
And the problem is that I joined the webinar via the web and not the app, so it's being weird. Why don't you just do it? Okay. Oh, so yeah, kick me out. Yeah, and then we will go from there. Sorry about this, council members. I'm just going to go ahead and get started here. Nancy's going to pull up the slides. So for the record, Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst. I'm going to be presenting to council today about our work that we've done with some wildfire mitigation plan templates. There we go. Thank you so much, Nancy. I appreciate that. Just leave it on this screen for a second while I do my fluid thoughts of connecting the dots, which is like what my brain does and what we really do a lot in the siting division. But one of the things of connecting the dots, and I'll tie this together and why this is applicable to the wildfire mitigation plan templates, is that in our ongoing efforts to build out and improve our compliance program, Senior Policy Advisor Sarah Eskerson and Secretary Cornett have been working with the senior siting analysts. And one of the things that the senior siting analysts are now doing is we kind of have an assigned project that we are doing, it's for an operational facility, and we're doing the annual report review. And I just completed mine, and it was really hard. It took a long time, and it was very confusing. But once you get into it, you're like, I see it and I understand it. And you kind of see the variability of site certificate conditions and what's submitted to demonstrate compliance with those. But the idea is to help us over here in permitting, connect the dots on what that actually looks like in compliance. So it was a really valuable exercise, and I assume that it will be valuable for my colleagues and will continue to be valuable. But in those, and I'm going to be generally paraphrasing here, we generally have conditions that say, do that plan, right? Prior to construction or during operation, do this plan. And so really, then if you're over here in compliance, what you do is you're like, okay, well, the condition says do the plan. And then you go over here to a plan and it's 30 pages of plan. And then you have to be like, well, okay, where's the things that say they have to do something in that plan? Okay, I found those and there's 5 to 10 of them. And then you have to go, well, what did they give us? Did they give us something? Or what do I think that means? Or what would I like to see to demonstrate that? Because sometimes it's straightforward and a lot of times it's not. So we're blending compliance and permitting to just overall have more direct and meaningful, conditions, plans, and to demonstrate compliance with these things and focus on the things that actually matter. So that's my intro. Secretary Cornett.
For the
Secretary
record,
Cornett?
thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had mentioned in a prior agenda item, lessons can take a while. And this is a good example of us trying to shortcut the lessons so that, we don't do something and then 10 years later, we're like, all right, that doesn't really work. So by having the siting analysts work on compliance, because they're the ones who are generating the conditions, they're the ones who are looking at this stuff, this can hopefully shortcut those lessons a little bit. And so this is also, what Kellen's talking about today is also another kind of outcome of that. How can we, better improve these things, for everybody, for the certificate holders, for ourselves as well.
Right, so a little bit of background for council's wildfire mitigation, risk mitigation standard. The standard went into effect in 2022. Since then, since then, from now, council has approved either an application for site certificate, 3 application for site certificates and 7 amendments with where the wildfire mitigation standard applied. So we would have that many wildfire mitigation plans underneath the standard. And council, there's been lots of conversation about it, specific to a project or projects. When council's had a lot of interest in it, the public has a lot of comments on it, agencies are interested in it. It's a very important issue. But we've ended up making changes as we see things or hear issues that are like related to a project, right? And so there's this natural variability in these wildfire mitigation plans as we're, moving forward and understanding more about the landscape wildfire and, individual facilities. And so, and that's not necessarily bad or good, right? The wildfire mitigation plans address what is necessary by the rule, but it does get some variation in what we've seen with our plans. Which then again, over in compliance, that's hard, right? Like for one facility, you're looking at these certain criteria or an evaluation or action items, and then over here, they're different, or you're looking at something different. It makes it easier if we're kind of all looking at the same thing. So, and then in September of 2024, Patrick Rowe and his colleague and Sarah Esterson worked on kind of a review of what's out there. What are other people doing? What are other states doing for wildfire? What are other agencies doing? What are our local communities doing? And I'll talk about that a little bit more here. The slide's a little bit hard to see, but this over here in the rule is the wording of what the rule says that needs to be included in the wildfire mitigation plan. Right, identify areas of wildfire risk, describe procedures, standards, and timeframes to inspect facility components and vegetation management, identify preventative actions, right? So it lists things. And, okay, so Nancy, next slide, please. So, and again, this is a little bit hard to see, but if you have your computer open and your presentation open, you could probably see these. So what ended up happening or through time, which makes sense, applicants and their consultants, they read the rule and they go, okay, well, it says preventative actions and standards. And they're like, what do you think that is? And they're like, I don't know, basically they're going to give a plan that the rule says do this. And they're like, they give things. And so that is generally what we've been taking and presenting to council, are what they are proposing to us now. And we go through and we add things and we kind of move things around, et cetera. But if you see here, if you could look in the details, here's 3 different wildfire mitigation plan. And you can see by the table of contents what the outline is and how they've been changing over time. And again, right, so it's that they meet the standard, but the question, but they're kind of forever, they're changing, which they should change to a certain extent, because facilities and the location for facilities and wildfire risk are different. Okay, Nancy, next one. So from that September 2024 review, the takeaway was that, you know, the department is going to work more with our like reviewing agencies on, you know, figuring out what they would like to see in a wildfire mitigation plan, or what do they do. We talked about learning more and looking into projects that are within counties that have adopted a CWPP, which is a community wildfire protection plan, which they all have one, because that was, you know, a trickle down from a statute and a rule. So these are some things. So kind of what I'm doing today is, this is us coming back to you saying, well, this is what we did. So that's kind of just as a reminder of what we said we were going to do and where we wanted to go. And now we're here. Next slide, please, Nancy. So I'm going to go through my slide deck, and then if we want to figure out, I think I know how to troubleshoot my computer, so I could actually share my screen, which I always like doing that because I can make things bigger so we can actually see them. But I'm going to go through here and but then I can also peel off and we can go through the actual template. Council received both the construction and operation wildfire mitigation plan templates as attachments to your staff report. So you have them. But we can go through them, but maybe this will be sufficient. So in our effort to have everybody speaking the same language, we broke out the template and used the coding that we use with our conditions that you see in, you know, current orders and conditions, where gen is something that would apply to multiple phases. Maybe it applies as pre-construction and construction. That would be gen. Something that would be applied to, construction and operation would be gen. We are trying to get away from that because that's hard to track. So what we did with the templates is trying to be really clear in the template. This is a pre-thing. So in the plan, it says, this is how you finalize the plan, just update these sections. And then there's also pre-construction or pre-operational tasks or deliverables. And then there is just the CON, which is the actual plan that applies during construction, and operation, OPR, which is the plan that's going to apply to operation. So that's kind of how we, and kind of jumping around a little bit here with these bullets. So I primarily it was Chris Clark, another senior siting analyst, and me that worked on the template together, which was a really cool collaborative effort. Because as you're aware, when the rule went into effect, he was the rulemaking coordinator. So he has a lot of background with the rule. And then also implementing it in as a senior siting analyst in review of applications and amendments. So, and we started using the kind of the version that we keep getting from applicants and certificate holders. And again, I'm not trying to insult it. The rule said, you know, give this, and they follow the rules. But the rules are kind of hard because they're not super prescriptive, which you want them to be flexible enough. You don't want to be overly prescriptive because you want to have flexibility for different items to be given for different types of facilities. So we originally started by using that, like the most current version. And then I was like, I think we should just do a complete reshoot and just do it in the format and the structure, asking ourselves, what are the important things? Go. Sorry. Well, yeah, what are the issues? What are the action items? How do we demonstrate compliance? And so we kind of threw that out and just did a total reshoot in a structure and an organization that we wanted to see. So that's kind of how we got these, you know, separate sections in the coding. We removed a lot of narratives. Now, these are still long plans. I think what's like 15 pages. The operational one is still pretty long, but there's a really long table in it. But this is also still, it's intended to be direct, right? You don't need to read through a bunch of background about a description of the facility, and all these things we're not implementing those. So like basically cut the fat, take the stuff out of it. So focused on action items and deliverables. And then Chris and I worked with Sarah Esterson, senior policy advisor, and then Patrick took a look at them as well. When those were kind of done and buttoned up, we shared them with staff over at the Public Utility Commission. I don't have the, it was interesting trying to find people to help us. There's not a one-to-one, right? There's not a one-to-one. What we do is different than what other agencies do, which is, well, good because it's not duplicative, right? But the tendency is in our rule, in your rule, we kind of looked to PUC. We really kind of modeled your standard from theirs. But again, it's not a one-to-one because PUC wildfire mitigation plans are intended and structured for utilities who have infrastructure across a service territory, right? Like we're talking about transmission lines, service lines, and substations that span different regions, topography, forests. It's just different where we're looking at a big energy facility, but it's static. It's in this fence line. It's right here. It's, you know, so it is. However, they do have expertise in wildfire mitigation plans, and you know there is a lot of overlap. So I provided our templates over to staff that does reviews of the wildfire mitigation plan. She wrote back and, you know, wasn't very detailed, but said all of the major bullet points are there. Paraphrasing, but it was very short. And then I also got a hold of what is his title? He's the manager at Oregon State Fire Marshal. He's the manager of Community Wildfire Risk Reduction Unit. Those people and what he does is work with the counties on developing and implementing the community wildfire protection plans, or the CWPPs. Now, CWPPs are also interesting because they're more like, and however many of you have worked with like municipal governments and planning documents, right? Like this is our infrastructure planning through 2030. And, you know, it's more about that. It's more about, it's a planning document compared to, say, a county's ordinance or applicable substantive criteria that says, when you're here, do this. When you're here, do this. They don't have specific criteria that then you would lift and apply to certain situations. You know, approximately. It is identifying the issues, the weaknesses, the stakeholders, the things that the county wants to work on. And when you're actually reading these CWPPs, there is valuable information in there. I forgot which project I was working on for whatever. But a lot of they have, they go through these reviews with the stakeholders, and one of the stakeholders is the local fire departments, and the multiple, volunteer fire departments commented on needing better partnerships with the solar developers for training, right? For like help with assets and training, right? So you can kind of lift things out of there, right? Okay. Training is really important. So we have a whole training, making sure the fire department in contact, and we're doing trainings and inviting them. And those are in our templates. So that's an example of things you can lift out of a CWPP and, have it be in our template. So that from the Oregon State Fire Marshal, I sent him questions. He says, he says he had some comments, but he says that from his perspective, the plans adequately address inspections, maintenance, and vegetation management, and that the fire equipment that we have in the plans is sufficient to suppress fires if needed to do so, and the equipment aligns with the Department of Forestry's recommendations for fire season. And then he says CWPPs are highly variable in Oregon, but yes, the WMPs are generally consistent. So that's the feedback we got from the state fire marshal. Next slide, Nancy. Okay, so what do we do with these templates? We're already doing things with them. We've already shared them with certificate holders and applicants that are, for specific projects. And then like Tetra Tech is a consultant that.
Yeah,
That's right. Yes, please.
Before this is Marcy Grail. I was just kind of scrolling through, and and I love that you've got it broken out from construction and operations. One of the things that I think is starting to happen, because this keeps growing, if you're on a construction site, what I see in here is like, oh, the construction manager gets contacted, or this one. I would strongly encourage staff when interfacing with the developers that they identify someone who is actually like, they keep saying fire boss, like just different jobs, like they're making somebody responsible because I'll say the scope creep of what that task is. And so if you've got this construction manager who's focused on this, now you're adding a very important amount of duty and responsibility. So I get worried as we all, again, have grown and gotten smarter, we're asking like that one person, when we talk about organizational expertise, yeah, I'm a construction manager and I know I got to be aware of these things, but am I engaged enough? So it's just something I've been seeing. And I know some organizations, you mentioned the PUC, I know some utilities are starting to put together whole, I'll call them fire teams, that is their job. So they've gone from emergency management to now you're putting together teams to combine the emergency management with the meteorology and these things. And if we're looking ahead, I don't think you can mandate or should, but at least ask the question, are you overloading folks to where it's too much for them?
It is, yeah. Oh, it's a good point. I'm trying to, because there are like, in the plan, we have individual for like fire watch, which generally wouldn't be like your construction manager, somebody that just has to like.
So I see in what I'm looking at right now, it's in 3.4, it says facility contact information and emergency response procedure. That's well, because that assuming, it trickles down, but anyway, it's just something I'm noticing in my space a lot. And I just throw it out there as something to consider and monitor.
Secretary Cornett.
I have more of a general response to that, not a specific one. This is why, to not specifically address your question, but generally, this is also why we're putting more resources into compliance. Ultimately, whether it's fire mitigation, or weed mitigation, or habitat mitigation, or whatever else has to happen during construction, it is their responsibility to meet those. So they're putting it all on one person's plate or multiple people's plate. We want them to do the right thing, but we're also trying to put in more resources into compliance to make sure that they understand that is their obligation. It's their choice on who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, but it has to be done. And we want to make sure that we have the right resources to verify that they are doing it. And again, it's an important one, it's a complex one, but so is weed management, so is habitat management, and we want them to have all of the necessary resources or be dedicating the necessary resources to do all of these things. And so we have more resources to monitor their availability to provide the adequate resources to do all of these things. So it's a good comment, and I totally agree with that. But I would say that we're trying to do our compliance better and more broadly, and this is a good example of why.
Thank you for that. And I would just say, when Patrick was speaking earlier, Council Rowe was speaking earlier about we don't use the, we don't end up, I don't know what work site people or, not looking the punitive, but this is not a kick the can pass over for any of the things that you just addressed. Like, I feel like sometimes I've witnessed that at the Utility Commission where, I'll take my slap on the hand because it's easier for me as an organization to pay that fine than to make the correction. And I don't want us to get in a spot where so I'm happy that we're getting more compliance assistant, no pressure back there. But I think it's something that we have to be vigilant about because you can't recover from it. So anyway, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get on my soapbox, but I'm very concerned as our weather indicates that we better be very concerned.
No, and I think I put a note in the plan. I'll go back and look at it because I do think we want to be mindful of, how much are we, dumping on one person, or in our world, like with another plan, maybe say with like a dust control plan, we're like, and have an environmental inspector. And so in our world, we're like, there's going to be this separate person over here doing that. But they're going to go, oh yeah, hey, here, and just also do this, and then do this, and then do this one. So I think it's a very good thing, but like Secretary Cornett mentioned, this is where, on our end, us having a role to mitigate that happening and what our role is on site matters. The last thing, and this is one of those things learned from working in compliance, is that we have our plans and they're getting better. And there's a lot of stuff in our plans. Most of the stuff in our plans is already in one of their plans. That's all they every major developer has an emergency and safety response plan, and in it has fires and leaks and emergency responses and and procedures and protocols, and they have a designated pecking order of in this instance, this is the protocol, this is the notice, and that this is I'm kind of an example that's specific to operation. I think construction is a unique thing where we do have a lot gets dumped on the contractor rather than having this operational thing. But it's something to keep in mind. A lot of the things that we're saying they do is already done one way or another in plans that apply to those developers, which in my review of some applications, I'm like, can you just give me that then? Just give me that. Let me see what it says, right? Because maybe we just need to be like, do that and then add a handful of our things. Let's stay on task here. Okay. So how to use our templates. So we're going to provide them. There is a, precursor caveat in the beginning. Developers don't need to use these. They can use their own templates. They don't have to use them, right? It also means just using them. It doesn't mean that you've met the standard, right? We still have to go through and evaluate whether or not the standard and the plan meet the standard. And then during the review of an amendment or an application, the idea so everything in this table of contents here that is not highlighted is intended to just leave it alone, right? It's there, the training. It says this is who's going to be there and what you're going to cover, right? That they don't need to go in and edit it. I mean, they can, and there may be times where things that they want to tweak or change. But really the idea is that the things that are highlighted are where the project proponent will go in and update it. And it really is targeted towards, towards the facility. Where's your entrances and exits? How wide are your roads? Where are your vegetative free areas? Those are the things that they should go in, which is pretty project specific. So on kind of this, going back a couple slides in the iterative review, and what we've done here is, right, we did give these project specific for several of our projects. So we're already working with them and working through them. And I did have a good call with some folks over at Tetra Tech. And I have one recommendation of to delete a portion, it's not very important, but it was interesting passing them over. And what does somebody else's brains and eyeballs do with it? So it seems really direct to us. And then they look at it and I'm like, oh no. And it's mostly in that section. It says 3.1. It says summary of as-built description with design features, location, something, right? There's a paragraph in there that says, just give us a summary of these things. Really, the important aspect there is that we want maps. We want some sort of site plan. Show us a site plan with these things. To the extent, do it in permitting. To the extent you know any of it now, but before construction, we're going to get that, and before operation, we're going to have a site plan. Now, we just said, hey, give us a summary of these things, thinking they'd be like, and roads will be like blank, blank. But what they did with that is like, they went, and it was that narrative stuff. It was pages and pages and pages of just background, which again, isn't bad, but I'm like, oh, so I'm actually recommending that we get rid of that and just focus on the figures. Because what they were doing is they were summarizing all the stuff that was in the plan in a different place. And that's what we're trying to not do. We want to cut the fat, focus on the things that matter. So that's a recommendation today that I think we should do with these templates that are in front of council. So to the extent that a developer can dial in on the details of any of the stuff that's highlighted, we do that during application review, understanding a lot of it won't be determined until there's a contractor and final design. But if we can get that information now, we want to, but prior to construction and prior to operation, all that stuff these plans will be finalized based on the actual design. How wide are your roads? Where's your vegetative free areas? Is it gravel? Is it compacted soil? Where, like all of those things that matters. Where's your access points? How do people access in an emergency? Where's the location of your fire protection equipment? Where's the location of your water trucks? So all of that stuff. Nancy, next slide, please. Okay, so this is a kind of, so these are the final wildfire mitigation plans. And as you've seen from looking at both of them, the construction and operation plan are, right, they're very, very similar, right? We're asking for figures. It's the same fire protection equipment. We have the same restrictions during fire season in both of them. The primary difference with the operational one is longer because it has, which I'll get to the table, because it has more of a build out of vegetation management and inspections, which those things are less, they are less applicable to construction. So those are some items that we want in the figures. We're asking for updated fire department information and a list of landowners within a half a mile of the facility site. And as an attachment to the wildfire mitigation plans, there's kind of just a draft letter that says, hey, we're blankety blank and we're building or operating a solar facility. And here's contact information for us. And, we encourage you to sign up for your county's emergency notification. And that letter and that list would be prior to construction and prior to operation would be, refined, confirmed, and then mailed to those property owners. And then trainings. Okay, next slide, Nancy. So, this is, the wildfire mitigation plans have kind of a definition section. where we wrote these out in words. And what was really cool about working with different people and different eyeballs is Chris likes seeing things in tables. And so he made this nice table. So it's in words and tables. And I like it. The interesting thing about, so what we're recommending that council kind of, adopts, because we've talked about different things, right? The Oregon Department of Forestry has the, what is it? The IFPLs, like the industrial fire. Yes, right. That is the Department of Forestry's fire risk categories and associated restrictions during certain red flag, et cetera. And then there's also the United States Forest Service has their very similar, right? Different terms of, red flag warning or red flag fire watch, but it's a tiered approach with restrictions associated with the wildfire risk, right? That's but all of them are tied to a red flag warning. So what we're saying, and why we're not just, gobbling up either one of those, because it just doesn't fit, right? It doesn't fit. It's not a good one-to-one. Like the Oregon Department of Forestry, they have jurisdiction in forest lands, right? And not really out in like the range lands where, in the Columbia Plateau where we see a lot of solar facilities. So what we did is we came up, so we have non-fire season, fire season, fire weather watch, and red flag warning. So we're calling the term, that it's associated. When we all are familiar with the red flag warning, we're saying that's for council, we're saying that is as like the highest, that's the name of the highest wildfire risk. And then there's restrictions associated with each of those. Nancy? And here is the table. This appears in, the operational plan. And again, it's highlighted. I don't really know how much this table is going to be filled out with any great detail or more detail that's in here now, because a lot of it's going to be specific to the equipment that is installed and operated, right? Like a lot of it here is just like based on manufacturer, but maybe, if this is a wind facility, or maybe they know the brand of solar panel, maybe they could put that in there, and they could update some of the inspections and maintenance. So you'll see here but this is a table. We're trying to capture what type of electrical equipment it is. And at the very bottom of this is our transmission lines. So even transmission lines are in here, substations are in here, your inverters are in here, your panels. So we have the component, and then, where's I want to look at the same thing. Inspections and maintenance. Okay. All right. So we have the facility component, inspection procedure, inspection frequency, the standard that it would be inspected under, and then the maintenance schedule. And then there's just these empty columns. And the idea is that it's like, use this table. Once you're in operation, if you're telling us that it gets inspected once annually, you're gonna tell us that you did it and what happened and who did it. And then I have language in there that's like, and then down in the bottom where it's like demonstrate compliance. To demonstrate compliance with this is like, give us the table, fill out the table, give us the table. But I also say you can give us something else that's comparable, because again, right, like they have their own checklist. They have their own very detailed inspection and maintenance logs. And if all of that stuff is in there, you can give us that, right? But I just want to make sure it has all of that. And we would confirm that kind of prior to, or, like during operation, once you're in operations, compliance, it's one of those things like when you're like getting to the point where you want to see, there's a lot of work building up to it. But then once we all agree, this is what we want it to look like, then it becomes just a regular thing. That's what then you would be getting. And then you're actually just looking to make sure that it was done. Okay, that's the table. And Nancy. Next slide. And so at the very end, what we say here is, which is a little bit interesting, and which is another comment for all that came out of a different project, you know, from the developer and their consultant. And so, and it's consistent with the versions that you have, but we originally had it because we're always like, oh, wildfire mitigation plans are going to be updated annually, and you're going to update this weird table at the end and some contact information. I don't know, you know, and so we kind of had that, and then they pointed out, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's not right. So how we have it, like, what do we want annually in your annual report? Give us the things, and so you'll see in plan updates, give us that inspection table, give us updated contact information if it's changed, give us, it says, give us this list of things in your annual report, right? And then what we have is all of those things. We're going to look at those things to ask ourselves if the wildfire mitigation, is it working, right? It's like, is the performance of the wildfire mitigation plan working? And in which case, if it's not, or if we want to tweak it, then there's language in there of council's delegated authority or council itself. We can change things, like we can continue to address wildfire mitigation. And then we do have in there, so then that's when, you know, plans may be updated. And then we also have the certificate holder is just looking at it, the plan, like they're going to look at it and be like, well, should we update it? Maybe there's some spiffy new technology or whatever, and they want it. So they're going to take a look at it. So they're going to look at it, but it's not going to necessarily result in a modified wildfire mitigation plan every year. But we're going to list out what we want every year to demonstrate that we can go and check on our site inspections, et cetera. And that is that. So I can try to walk through the plans, but I kind of hit all of the stuff that's here. We got pretty detailed in the fire protection equipment we want on site, primarily during construction. One of the things that we've changed or like got more into is a lot of the old plans said, oh, there's just going to be a water truck on site, and it just wasn't clear if it's just a water truck there for fugitive dust that's just going to spew out onto the ground. And so we said, no, it has to have a 500-gallon capacity. You have to have a hose, you have to have a nozzle, like there's specifications, you have to make, right. And so it was kind of affirming having fire marshal look at that, because I was like, what do you think of the fire protection equipment? And said, you know, it's consistent. So, and a lot of that was lifted using the same stuff as the Oregon Department of Forestry. So.
Mr. Chair. Can I make a general comment? I know there's probably some specific questions and specific comments. I just wanted to make a kind of a general evaluation. So when council adopted the standard, we very much knew that we were going to have a learning curve. And I think this is a good example of us moving along that learning curve. You know, not that nobody had fire safety standards previously, you know, not that we didn't include some fire safety elements within our public services standard, we did. But this was a very specific thing. You know, I think we did a good job. We're learning along the way. We've evaluated what's come in, how we've done that, you know, and again, as I kind of go back to the lessons learned can sometimes, you know, take a little time. This is one where I think this is a good example of us trying to, again, shortcut that. So we've seen some things come in, we've identified what's working, maybe what's not working quite as well. Again, the applicants don't have to follow this, but this is our own evaluation of what we think is needed and how to meet the standard. So I think that goes a long way in our own sort of understanding and knowledge about how to implement the standard. Hopefully it will convey out to the developers. And this is just a point in time. This is not the end. So we are still on that learning curve. We're gonna learn lessons. Everybody is on the learning curve with fire safety. The Public Utility Commission, the individual investor-owned utilities. This is obviously a bigger and bigger and will continue to be a bigger and more significant thing. So I just wanted to state that this is not the end. And this is just another point in the learning curve for us, for hopefully council and for applicants. But just kudos to Kellen and Chris for putting so much time into this, seeking the input. This is the kind of stuff that's hard to do. We don't have a lot of capacity to do things like this, but they are incredibly valuable and meaningful. And when we do commit the time, it is absolutely worth it. It's just we often don't have the time to commit to these types of things. So recognize the value and the effort that was put into this is it's hard. It's hard for us to do these things because again, we're sort of oriented towards the amount of projects that we have coming in because we're largely fee driven. So this is the kind of stuff that is great, but very hard to do. So again, kudos, great job.
Yeah, good job. Chris, too.
And I guess on that note, thank you, Secretary Cadet. Which it's like, well, what are we doing here? I kind of was like, is this a decision thing or not? No, right? So we're presenting this, the outcome being that, we could call this it's a council reviewed template. But again, they're going to continue to change. Like as so as you look at these for a project specific, and this is us internally, we want to make sure that the siting analysts understand how to use them, things that we want to be able to track. So it's like, as we give these, and if the developer opts to use them, they would be doing their work in red line. So we just want to make sure that none of that stuff, none of the non-highlighted stuff, right? Like that they're not removing any of those like fire protection specifications. Or if they are, right, say they want to bump up to 1,000-gallon water tank, something, right? That we're tracking those to make sure that, so that those are the changes. So as council, a project specific change, you could say, oh, well, what are, like if I was going to present a project specific wildfire mitigation plan, I would say, we've kind of gone through the template. These are the things that kind of were changed from that template for this project. So we can understand those and understand why. So they're going to, and I guess from those and from having developers give them back to us, we might be like I did with that summary sentence, that was not working, right? Like, and it's going to take them a little bit to just realize like, no, less is more. Don't throw words at us. We're just less is more. And so then internally, we're going to try to anticipate there to be some changes, project specific changes, but us internally, we're going to try to don't change the template constantly, right? So we might track things that we think, and then maybe once a year or every 6 months, then us as a team will be like, okay. But anyhow, love version control.
Yeah. Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. And I just applaud the work that was done on this. I mean, clearly it was done in depth and it was great to go through. A good reminder of what we're all diving into. I do have a question related to just what you ended with is the update. Everybody is learning. With every fire that happens, there's a new lesson learned. And for us, it seems to be, dependent on where the facility is, what kind of facility. So can you refresh my memory as we're considering applications for a site certificate, we issue the site certificate, and there's a wildfire mitigation plan. How are the plans brought forward with the new information, the lessons learned?
Mm-hmm.
Or do they stay static once a wildfire mitigation plan has been, yep, this meets our requirements? What's that process?
And if I may, I'd like to add to that question. This is Kent. After a fire's gone through an area and it's been devastating and there's nothing left on the ground from the standpoint of vegetation and it's ash. Is there changes to the wildfire mitigation plan that are going to be kind of like automatic for a few years until vegetation starts coming back, or has it not been thought of that way?
So,
And so,
like,
I
yeah.
don't want to interrupt.
Yep, so Vice Chair Condon, so, at the end, so, okay, so the plans are gonna be finalized prior to construction. Detailing out what construction looks like, then prior to operation based on final facility design. And then you have your plan that applies. Now, let's just focus on operation, because I think it's a little bit more applicable to what you're saying, right? Like 5 years down the line, well, then that was like that end part of the plan updates. So you may want to look at that, because we say annually, we're going to get this slew of information. And then we're going to look at that, and that's going to represent the performance of the wildfire mitigation plan. So if there keeps on being a solar panel meltdown, if we're having electrical issues, if there's an issue on site with the equipment that we could go in and we could exercise that part where we're like, we're gonna update this plan and we're gonna actually have you inspect those components quarterly, or we need more aggressive vegetation management.
Yeah, and I think I am talking, or asking more generally, not necessarily what happens with the site, it's what's happening all over the country and globally with fires that are being started by energy facilities or whatever. And is there a way to bring those back? I mean, the individual wildfire mitigation plan, there might not have been a problem with this facility, but given the experience of other facilities with fire, can the lessons learned from other experience be brought forward to say, we're going to look at these wildfire mitigation plans and make sure they speak to that?
I think so. In that end part, there's a table of the future best practices, and those are things that the certificate holder is going to look at annually. We could look at those things too. So I think, which I'm like, it would be nice if we had a good example here. It's hard. I think we're all just being very mindful that it's a very fast moving, dynamic environment in between climate change and increasing wildfire risk and population explosion and development. And I'm like, it's moving really fast, and fires are really devastating. So I think that, I don't really off the top of my head, I'm not like, and there's going to be this thing that everybody's going to start doing that then we would want to see in this plan. But let's say there is all of a sudden a thing. There's predictive infrared AI that can determine when a fire is going to start and where it's going to start. I'm just totally making things up. Right. And it's like this wild, it's this amazing technology and it's saving everything. Like, could we somehow be like, yes, and put that at your facility? I think that we do, right? We have that table of the future best practices. And I think that that is the intent, is for wildfire mitigation plans to be adaptable. So I do think that there is a way to weave that into a plan that was approved prior to operation. That said, we can't, it has to be fair. If it's this perfectly safe, solar facility over here, minding its business, and the area is relatively low wildfire risk, and there's no problems, we've never had any problems. But then maybe a facility over here, got impacted, a wildfire went through or whatever, and that we're doing something over there. We want to be mindful that we're not just, there has to be a reason. And, then it's that balance of how, is it a burden? Are they representing it? But I do think that we have wiggle room in that plan update portion. We have several different methods and times. There's 3 different times and 3 different things that we're looking at those plans and have, delegated authority or council's authority to make changes to those plans. And so in the scenario, Well, it's kind of like, are you, in your scenario, is there a facility on the site and a fire goes through? And the
Didn't
facility,
necessarily damage the facility.
Right.
Just simply,
let's just say that maybe it was a fast burning and it just charred off all the vegetation and maybe some of the wires.
Yeah.
I think that you would just go, well, vegetation management's gonna be easier for the next 2 years.
Probably in that circumstance, it's more about runoff.
Yeah.
Can I just say what prompted my question is, for this, I think we are much in the same place as an insurer. Health and safety is a primary concern for us. And with insurers, if there are, if I had a shake roof in Central Oregon 20 years ago, my insurance would have been this, but fast forward to now, it's this, but if I had a metal roof, it would be lower, or it could be lower. And so insurers are encouraging adaptation to different standards by fees, by essentially saying your premium is going to be this. And we don't have, or at least I don't see where we have that same mechanism. So.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, I have 3 responses to your question. One is, when they're approved, the standard is what the standard is.
Right.
So we can't change the standard on there.
Right.
Yeah, and unless and until they come in with an amendment, that's applicable to the entire facility, and then we can kind of reshoot that if the standard has changed. So we're somewhat limited because there is no, after 20 years, there's a relicensing. That doesn't trigger. We don't have that requirement. Now, these plans, that Kellen has talked about, there is some adaptive management aspects to that.
Yeah.
The question is, how much can we include in there? How much should we include in there? And I think that's where we're getting into now with the fact that the idea that the standard doesn't change and can't change, once that facility is constructed and it's an operation, how much can we build into the operational management plan that responds to changes? It's a question. It's not an answer. I'm just saying we have that right now with weed management. We have that now with habitat mitigation, and there is that opportunity. It's not a complete redo. So there are limitations in terms of that. But, that's also going to be an important thing when you're looking at these things for future applications. What do those plans say? How much sort of adaptive management is built into that to the various changing in circumstances? And then my third response is what I had indicated before. If the world drastically changes and the risk is so significant, and either somebody else or the council changes the wildfire standard, there is the potential to the later, the application of later adopted laws for public health and safety reasons. So if it is so extreme, it's a pretty high burden though. We can't just say, we changed a rule, now it's going to be applicable to everybody. There is a threshold related to public health and safety. But if things change so drastically, and we didn't review sort of those circumstances against these facilities, and there is a legitimate risk to public health and safety, there is that opportunity to use that provision.
Right, and I appreciate that. And I wasn't speaking about changing the standard. The standard is what it is. But this is a document that we're looking at regularly, that the times are changing. And so it was, how adaptive really can that be? Because the standard's not very, it's specific, but it's not that specific. But looking at these the templates, they're so specific, and okay, can we that was can this be changed? Should new evidence come up that this isn't quite, we want something different. That was.
But I think that's when you build, when you approve a facility, you're approving it subject to conditions and subject to plans. So the plan, the operational plan, has to have all of those adaptive management elements in it when you approve the plan.
Yeah.
You can't say, okay, you're good, do these 5 things and you're good. And then later on come back and say, yeah, we changed our mind. We're going to make you do all of these things now.
Right.
It has to be built in the sort of framework or parameters in the plan at the time of execution to be able to, have that adaptive management.
Right, and then I guess the really more concise question is, does best practices allow us to do that? And, to accommodate best practices, and I
So
guess I'd
can we
like,
look in the operational plan at section 4.0? Do you have it open?
I don't have it open.
Okay.
But I read through, I looked at it before, and I'll just go through it again, but that was
Yeah,
a.
so we have it's the standards for future review. And so in there, it's like, we're gonna look at American Clean Power, which is an industry group, best management practice. We have NERC, the Oregon Building Codes, Oregon Fire Code, National Fire Protection Association publishes standards. We're gonna look at their codes and standards. And then we also added in reference to PUC and Department of Forestry standards and rules. So we've kind of outlined, like, these are some of the places that we're gonna track, track what they do. Now, and this kind of gets into the scenario that Secretary Cornett was talking about, say that they all, to the extent if there's rule changes over there, a new requirement, and again, I'm failing to come up with some sort of example. But if PUC now is requiring this, or Department of Forestry is now requiring this, we would really, if we're like, and we're going to take that and we're going to make you do it, there has to be reason, right? We have to have a connection to be able to do that, and the reason has to be very clear. There's a problem, right? The landscape has drastically changed, or there's an ongoing significant issue with this facility. But I don't think that we would be able, if it was, particularly if it's like a significantly different thing, that we were going to be like, well, they did it there, and now through your wildfire mitigation plans, everybody has to do it, Or if we're getting to that point, it's going to be a conversation, and we're going to open it up under rules. And I think that there's ways that we can do that. Because the plans are intended to be adaptable, right?
Thank you.
Chair Howe?
Counselor Byer.
Just an observation. It's very, I won't say very, but it's somewhat likely that in the next 10 to 15 years, there'll be new risk maps. Yeah. And in that case, we might have to update mitigation plans. The other thing that I would sort of stick in the back of my brain is that developers have an incentive to protect their facilities from wildfire. They are not going to do stuff, they are not going to not implement things that would protect their investment. You would think if the industry starts to say we have to do 3,000-gallon water trucks, they're going to do it if they think it's going to protect their investment. But we do want to be able to take advantage of new data, new information on risk, and developers would want that as well. The public would want that as well. The other comment I would have is a general comment. I really like this approach of digging into a particular standard, seeing what's working, seeing what the best practices are, not only with an eye towards compliance, but helping us build better conditions that we can actually say, are they doing what we asked them to do? And does it matter? Because if we throw out 15 conditions for a particular standard and it turns out it doesn't mean beans, that's not where we want to be. So I love this overall approach of getting the siting analysts, working with the compliance, trying to step back and say, okay, does this work? But I think the templates are a great first step. And thinking about where that adaptability makes sense. It may not be in the prescriptive stuff, but it may be, we're smarter now, we have better data. So that's where I'd like us to go.
Well said, Counselor Byer. Any other comments? Counselor Imes?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you over to everybody that helped with it because this was one of, I think, I somewhat requested some consistency with fire mitigation for the future. And this is an excellent first step in that pursuit. So I also see this as a great documentation tool and setting up historical data for this council. And again, really, I'm echoing the same thing you said, and this'll do much for future generations. And so this is just a first step. It's a big first step though.
Yeah.
And I really like that you're working with compliance is working with you. And also, you know, the developer, hopefully, eventually it will be a good thing for them too. And I understand that they have the choice. They don't have to use this, but I think it would be, you know, something useful at least for them to look at.
I think that they're probably going to, I mean, generally if we're like, do that, oh, they're like, just tell us what to do. And this is
Yeah.
literally us being like, just do this.
Yeah.
And so I think that so far, what we've heard is that the project, like developers want to use the templates. You're going to, it's been a slow rollout. So in the next couple projects that come across council may be a little bit blendy with old and new, right? So, you know, but I think that, because they're just really straightforward. And really the base of where I started with was all the stuff that they said that they were gonna do anyways. It's really not that much more. It just is,
Just gives a clearer roadmap
Mhm.
for everybody, for all sides. And
Yep.
also one comment, I did read through all the staff report and all of the templates and all of that. And one thing I noticed, you know, and you've talked about this with mitigation plans and standards even, is how things overlap, right? And I feel it's really important, especially in rural communities, that our law enforcement and even county departments and emergency managers and all of that are meshing over these kinds of mitigation plans. And so I don't know how exactly we help that process, but I think that especially if we're requiring a site plan with specific components on it, that should be available, that should be given to law enforcement as well. Because they're typically the first responders, even, you know, sometimes before the fire department, honestly. So, I just think it, you know, the crossover, data, information sharing, all that, whatever you want to call it, these will be important tools for those
Yeah.
those agencies.
I think that I made a comment to save it because right now, and I think right now we have it being submitted to the fire department. So I put a comment in there. So I agree. Like once we have a final site plan and contact information at the facility to then share it with, you know, the county's emergency management, law enforcement, fire departments.
Absolutely, yeah, because especially like there's no road names on a lot of these places. There's so-and-so's ranch. And the road is 100 feet past that stack of hay. You know, I mean, it literally, so this information is vital for in an emergency situation especially, so.
Okay.
But thank you.
Yeah, good comment.
This
Thank you.
is really great. I'm really excited, and I know this is, like Todd had mentioned, this is a lot of work for you guys. It's outside of your normal day-to-day stuff, and so I do really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's fun. We're happy to do it. We've been templatizing and it's exciting. I don't know if you know anything about me, but I love consistency. So it makes me real happy.
Any other comments? Yeah,
All right.
thank you, Ms. Tardy.
Thank you, council.
Okay, the next item is a Cascade Renewable Transmission Project. It's an action item. Christopher Clark, Senior Siting Analyst, will present the request to extend the expiration of the notice of intent by a year.
Thank you, Chair Howe. Good afternoon, members of the council. For the record, my name is Chris Clark. I'm a senior siting analyst with the department. And as the chair mentioned, the council has received a petition to grant a one-year extension of the notice of intent to apply for a site certificate or NOI for the Cascade Renewable Transmission System. If Nancy, if I could get my first slide. Thank you. So Cascade Renewable Transmission LLC, who is the applicant for this project, submitted the NOI on March 7th, 2023. Under the council's rules, an NOI expires 2 years after its submittal date unless the applicant submits a petition for extension at least 45 days before the expiration date. So based on its submittal date, the NOI for the Cascade Renewable Transmission System would have expired on March 7th of this year. However, submission of a timely petition for extension stays the expiration of the NOI until the council makes its decision. So consideration of an NOI extension is important because if the applicant does not submit a preliminary application or obtain an extension before the NOI expires, they must submit a new NOI and start all the way from the beginning of the process to proceed with the siting process. So, so this applicant, they submitted a petition to extend the NOI on January 16th, 2025. That's 50 days before the NOI expired. So that is considered timely. And that request is included in your packet. If you haven't seen it already, you probably have. So before I go over what's in the extension and the standards for reviewing it, I did want to give a brief overview of the proposed facility. I promise I'll keep it brief. So the Cascade Renewable Transmission System is a proposed 320 kilovolt high voltage direct current transmission line or HVDC transmission line and related or supporting facilities. The primary transmission corridor is approximately 100 miles and it extends between the Dalles and Portland. The majority of the line would be installed in the bed of the Columbia River using a hydrojet cable burial machine or jet plow. And I can explain more about how that works, but a diagram is included on the top right of this slide. There would be some shorter out of river segments for the HVDC line. Those would be in road rights of way at either end of the route, on the Washington side of the river near Stevenson, and crossing Hayden Island just west of where I-5 crosses the Columbia River. Transitions between the river and underground segments would be installed using what's called horizontal directional drilling or HDD, which is a technology that you can use to basically put something under a structure or under a road or waterway. AC/DC converter stations would be installed close to the at the end of either end of the HVDC line. On the east side, that converter station would be on a Bonneville Power Administration property just outside the Dalles and would connect to the Big Eddy substation with about 500 feet of 500 kV AC line. On the west side, the converter station would be in Portland's Riverside Industrial District, which is kind of north of the St. John's neighborhood, and would be connected to the existing PGE Harborton substation with about 3 miles of 230 kV line, which would be installed underground in roads right of way and then installed under the Willamette River using HDD. In addition to those permanent components, there'd also be some temporary disturbance areas associated with drilling entry and exit pits and temporary cofferdams that would be installed in the river during construction. Can get the next slide. So it's a little hard to see, but this slide shows the entire transmission corridor. I just wanted to note that the applicant has submitted several draft exhibits of the application. and for the application, and this map is from one of those. The big difference between what was in the NOI is that the applicant has refined the routes crossing Hayden Island, and they've indicated that they no longer intend to include an alternative that would have come out of the river near Fairview and bypassed Hayden Island altogether. So that's no longer under consideration. Before I go on to the petition, are there any questions about the facility itself?
Counselor Byer?
Just for the record, I went to the public information meeting in the way back, 2023. And this is a type of technology that I believe has been used on the East Coast and in Europe. But based on the information that we received, the complexity of permitting on this project is it's complex because you have two states, you have a major water body, you have tribal governments, you have federal agencies. So as Chris talks about the request, just keep in mind that this is one heck of a permitting lift. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Byer. So if I could get the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the certificate holder submitted their petition for extension 50 days before the expiration date, so it is considered timely. And the council's rules provide that if you receive a timely petition, you may grant an extension of up to 1 year for the NOI if the petition shows good cause. So in the petition, and this I think speaks directly to Councilmember Byer's comment, the petitioner explained, or the applicant explains, that the 1 year extension is needed to allow sufficient time to complete resource studies, including things like sediment sampling, benthic habitat surveys, so that's habitat surveys to find out what's living at the bottom of the river, and cultural resource surveys and other surveys needed to demonstrate compliance with applicable state and federal requirements, and also to respond to concerns raised by tribal governments during the Army Corps Section 106 consultation process. For a little additional context, the applicant did start the federal review under Section 408 of the Rivers and Harbors Act, which is the approval they need from the Army Corps to do work in the shipping corridor, or the in the shipping channel and the navigation channel in the river. So that's kicked off federal NEPA review under Section 106, which is a cultural resource type review, as well as endangered species consultation under with the Fish and Wildlife Service. So they are going through a pretty complex review. They have done a lot of work on these surveys, but I did just want to say that this applicant has been pretty proactive in making sure that their surveys are comprehensive, so that all of the affected jurisdictions can be working off of the same record.
Great question.
Counselor Byer?
So notice of intent, 1 year extension. Is there an opportunity to ask for another 1 year extension? No, it's 1 year and got it. Thank you. Wow.
So and to speak to that, Councilmember Byer, the applicant has indicated that they expect to be able to submit an application, a relatively complete application later this year. I think in the fall is what I've heard last.
And where is that give and take with you submit an application, you review it and say it's complete except for these 5 things. So there is that give and take.
That is correct. They need to submit their preliminary application before the expiration date. So I'll just conclude by
Councilor Grail.
saying, oh, sorry.
So one, thank you for the clarification or additional support that they have been doing their part, and I appreciate the listing, in detail of the things. I, wish to be open-minded, but I think for my initial thought is, do you know where you're trying to do this? I think Councilmember Byers said, complex, Oregon, Washington, federal, tribal, and I hope that this is a good eye opener, I guess, for the developer to realize that, whatever manpower you have assigned to this project, it's probably going to take a lot more in order for things to be timely. With all the changes that are happening in the world, I think it's going to be an extremely heavy lift just for them to navigate the process. And what I would like is for, and I'm sure it happens, it just feels like we get the amendments more than anything, like, there's always a need for an extension. So I would encourage and hope that, this is an opportunity to realize we are not on the East Coast. And I know nothing about Europe and their energy policies, but I've spent almost 20 plus years of my life dealing with it here. So again, I appreciate the, the explanation and additional detail to show that why the department recommends that it demonstrates good cause.
Any other comments? So, Mr. Clark, are you ready for us to?
Yes, Chair, so to conclude, I'll just say that the department recommends the council find that the petition does demonstrate good cause and grant the extension. So your choices before you are to accept that recommendation or deny the petition.
Vice Chair Condon.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to move that the council find that the petition by the applicant to extend the expiration date of the notice of intent for the proposed Cascade Renewable Transmission Project does demonstrate good cause as recommended in the staff report. I further move that the council approve the extension of the expiration date of the notice of intent for the Cascade Renewable Transmission Project by 1 year for a new expiration date of March 7th, 2026, or would it be? Okay, March 7th, 2026.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Councilor Byer.
I second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Kent Howe.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, thanks, Chris. That was great. So we made it through the agenda pretty much on time. Any words for the good of the order before I adjourn? Okay, the time is now 1:29 p.m. and the March 21st, 2025 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.
Thank you.
All done, Mr. Chair.